factory all his life. And my mum was a nurse, and a very proud nurse with it. But sadly, she was also very ill. But she had this incredible courage. She never complained. She walked towards the next challenge, whatever it was. And my dad, being an engineer, always wanted to fix things and improve things. And that's why it's important for me to reflect on my own experiences in life, to know what it's like to be reliant on the NHS, to know what it's like on occasion not to be able to pay the bills, as happened when I was growing up. Understand that anxiety, but then to do more than just understand. We know what the problems are with the NHS. We need to stop talking about them and fix them. We know what the problems are with the economy. We've got an economy which hasn't worked for the vast majority of people across the country for a very long time. And what I want is a government that's not only clear about what it's going to achieve with a serious long-term plan, not a short-term fix, but also understand respect and dignity, that it matters whether people feel respected. These are easy words to throw around, but it really matters. I came into politics to do things and change things, but I went in with my mum and dad by my side, if you like. What I want for my children is what I suspect every parent wants for their children, which is the best opportunity when it comes to education, to be confident as they enter adult life and have that sense of fulfillment going forward, to feel part of a community that is actually working together. We're not, individuals, atoms. We are bound together through our families, our communities, our schools, our businesses, our workplaces, our passions. But more than that, to feel that we're part of a country that's going forward, a country that has its reputation and self-respect restored. And we need to get that back, that sense of self-worth, self-confidence, to stand upright and tall on the world stage, and for everybody to feel part of that, whether it's my children or anybody's children. Confidence about this country, the British people, and everything that we can achieve together.
I was Labour up until, 8 years ago, and then I started voting Conservative because the open-ended promises and the coverage they used to get, and the talk, they talk, and they were the headlines everywhere. There's these big characters in there. I got fooled by it, and I'm responsible for that, so all I can do to try and make things better, not for myself, but I'd like to think for my children and my grandchildren and their children in years to come. Because of this decision, it is going to be better. Labour deserve the chance to provide, not tomorrow, not overnight, not next year. It's going to take time because of the mess we're in, but at least we're giving somebody that opportunity to change, and the only change that we can get is for the better. It can't be any worse, and I think we need to go back to our roots, the beginnings. My granddad, my mum, everyone were Labour. Labour, you'll be getting my vote.
I've been supporting Arsenal for a very, very long time. When I was growing up, I didn't go to games because we didn't have the money to go to games until I was an adult living in London. And then we'd go down to the old stadium and watch £4 to get in through the turnstile to stand on the terraces. And as you go down towards Highbury, there was no getting away from that mix of smells, the horse manure and the hamburgers mixed together with this smell of the grass. I've been playing football pretty well every week since I was 10 years old, and I'm still playing now every week for 90 minutes. What you do for a living is completely secondary when it comes to playing football on a Sunday. I think how I would describe my playing style probably differs from how my teammates would describe my playing style. I see myself in the middle of midfield, controlling operations, strong left foot. Back in the day, a box-to-box player. I think they'd say not so much of the box-to-box anymore here, just more talking. My daughter is 12 and I've been taking her to the men's game for a long time now. But when I took her to see the England team in the semi-final of the Euros last year, she was captivated. There was something special about the women's game. And it was really inspiring, and that's why she stayed at the end watching the women celebrate after their success on the pitch for, you know, a long, long time. It was a very, very special moment of inspiration. Was one ball, was 22 players. You've got to score, you've got to work as a team. And it brings people together in a way that, I mean, sport often does that, but football in particular, I think, has gone deep, deep, deep into our culture. I think there are lots of lessons from the pitch that you can take to your career. There's also sort of tolerance and respect. You have to respect your own team and the opposition. I just love being on the football pitch. And when I'm on that pitch, I'm not leader of the Labour Party. I'm just here, one of the teammates. Football is essentially it's a team game. You've got to work as a unit, and that's really important in any work environment.
Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Please take your seats. Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Please take your seats. Conference, please welcome Joanna Baxter and the Platform Party.
Good morning, conference. I'm going to try that again. Good morning, conference. That's more like it. Welcome to Labour Party conference. So the first item of business today, we're hearing from Alison McGovern, the Labour MP for Wirral South, who will be welcoming us to Liverpool.
Conference. Labour friends often ask me, where are you from? And I say to them, have you been to conference? Because with your back to this conference centre, if you look over the water to the Wirral, I'm from there. And it's been my constituency in Parliament for 13 years. It's a question, it wasn't always easy. It's a question people around here are really proud to answer. We're from Merseyside. But I know what it's like to be made to feel ashamed. When I moved to London in 1999, I saw that look on people's faces. Where are you from? Merseyside. What 18 years of Tory misrule did to us was devastating. This has always been a good place, but those Tories tried to make us feel ashamed. They robbed us of our hope. Remember that this week. Don't believe it was any Tory who put pride back here. It was Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, Harriet Harman, and every single Labour minister from 1997 to 2010. We put money back in Merseyside pockets. And Labour helped Merseyside make permanent changes. We built new schools, we invested in our kids, who are now our young adults, and we planted trees in new parks that are still growing. We got a second chance. And that didn't make us invulnerable to the last 13 years. And you'll see the consequences of that this week too. But it is still making a difference to families right now. So in welcoming Merseyside, I want to say this, conference. Winning elections is hard, but it is worth it forever. Now, I do thank the Tories for one thing. The damage they did during my childhood was my absolute inspiration for joining the Labour Party. And the damage they've done since 2010 has inspired a whole new generation of people here on Merseyside to do the same. Most of all, they want to fight, and they are ready for the general election. Because in Merseyside, we know everyone in our country deserves to feel proud of their home. And I know that's what comes from having a Labour government. So welcome to Merseyside Conference. For the next week, consider yourself at home and tuck into all we have to offer. This week is our time to show the country the change that we can make. And we'll take the whole of Britain on that journey that Merseyside has been on, because our country deserves its future back. Conference, welcome to Liverpool and welcome to the fight of our lives.
Thank you very much, Alison. Now, conference, before we progress any further, I need to remind you that the priorities ballot is open in the ballot area. The ballot is open until 2:30 this afternoon. The priorities ballot decides what motions we will be discussing over the course of the week. So it's very important that all of you who are delegates and have a vote do take part. There will be card votes at the end of the session, so please don't forget to collect your card vote pack. If you didn't make it along to your regional briefing, this morning you can collect your card vote from the ballot area on your right. Colleagues, welcome to Liverpool. My name is Joanna Baxter and I am Chair of the Labour Party's National Executive Committee. There's been a Labour NEC for 123 years, but I'm proud to be the first ever Scottish woman to be elected Chair of our National Executive Committee. And my first duty today is to welcome you all to conference. But there's a very special welcome I wish to extend. I'm very proud to be the first platform speaker to welcome our newest MP, Michael Shanks, the brilliant new Scottish Labour MP for Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Now, conference, the facts of Michael's election speak for themselves. For months, our party pounded the streets, taking no vote for granted, and the result reflected that. A 20-point swing to Labour from the SNP, a 30% majority over the SNP, and conference, a lost Tory deposit. But what a fantastic results, conference. Scots Night this evening, I predict, will be not to be missed. And it shows that the people of Scotland have had enough of the failure of both of its governments, the failing SNP government in Holyrood and the failing Westminster government. I know there are people here who have been coming to conference since Nye Bevan was in short trousers. But many of you will be here for the first time, and to you I extend a very special welcome. Conference can be lively and vivacious. There will be debate and discussion, but nowhere else will you be able to more fully experience the Labour Party family of which we are all part. This conference is you, the delegates, from CLPs, from socialist societies, our friends in the trade unions who founded our labour movement, including my own trade union, Unison. Give a big shout out to Unison. The largest women's organisation in the country. In my day job, I lead for Unison, representing 84,000 local government workers across Scotland. 21,000 of them recently took strike action in a fight for fair pay with an employer who will not move. Their fight isn't over, but we know that they will prevail because there's power in a union conference. Now, conference, we do have a job of work to do this week. This is the last Labour Party conference before the general election. Our last opportunity to show that today's Labour Party is a government in waiting, ready to serve the British people, preparing to change the course of our country for the better. We'll hear from our brilliant team, Angela, Rachel, Wes, Bridget, Yvette, and the rest of our soon-to-be Labour cabinet, as well as our leaders in Scotland and Wales. And obviously, we'll hear from the man himself, Keir Starmer, who has led Labour from the bitter ashes of defeat in 2019 to a point where polls regularly place us 20 points ahead. But most importantly, conference, we'll hear from you, our nurses, our teachers, our care workers, our small business people, our councillors, and our trade union workplace reps. We'll hear from voices at the sharp end of the Tories' cost of living crisis, the people who work and strive, the people who make our communities worth living in, the people who don't fly by helicopter or private jet, the people who don't swim in private pools or avoid their taxis, but the people who look in on their neighbours, who volunteer in their communities, the people who cared for us during COVID, not the ones that partied. This is our Labour Party, and founded by the workers, fighting for the workers, day in and day out. Now, earlier I mentioned the polls, but conference, don't be fooled. The only poll that matters is election day itself. And we know how dirty the Tories will fight. We know we must reconnect and reassure voters who rejected us in 2019. Voters across the Red Wall, across the Midlands, across the South, and most importantly, and you best listen to this, across Scotland. Because without winning in Scotland, we will not win. The road to Downing Street runs through Kirkcaldy, East Lothian, Glasgow, Paisley and Renfrewshire South, and yes, Rutherglen and Hamilton West. I'm delighted to have led my NEC colleagues on our recent meeting in Glasgow so that they could join in Michael's victorious campaign and be part of the regrowth of Labour in Scotland. Our job at this conference is to prove to the people we are on their side. We have the ideas and the energy. We can be trusted to grow the economy, rebuild our NHS, care for the vulnerable, and tackle the climate crisis. And we must prove that we have changed as a party. I mentioned earlier that there has been an NEC for 123 years. Incidentally, that's how long some of our meetings have felt in the past. But recently, meetings have been shorter, more collegiate, more friendly, and we've even enjoyed some of Wendy Nichols' cakes. We've knuckled down to address the points made in the report commissioned from Martin Ford, especially when it comes to tackling our internal culture. We all know that politics can be a rough and tumble business. It always has been. We all know there are groupings and factions in the Labour tradition. There always has been. But we don't have to behave like bullies or gangsters, and we never, ever should. We can't preach universal brotherhood or sisterhood without being ready to listen to each other and show respect. And that includes online. The word comrade should actually mean something. And on that, I would like to thank each and every one of my NEC colleagues, all of our hard-working Labour Party staff, all of our CLP officers, my husband for the many cups of coffee, and all of the rest of the Labour Party family. Because actually, thank you is something we should say more often. The NEC has worked hard to tackle the stain of anti-Semitism. We've worked with the Equalities Watchdog on an action plan to drive out racism, and we've made real progress. I'm very pleased that we are now out of EHRC special measures. And there's more. We've stabilised the party's finances. So we're now spending more campaigning to defeat the Tories and the SNP than we are paying legal fees. We've introduced a new code of conduct, and we're moving to a new state-of-the-art HQ after conference is over. And this week, we've delivered the biggest Labour Party conference we have had in our 123-year history. Conference, we've changed our party for the better. We stand ready to change our country for the better. We meet in this great Labour city of Liverpool at a time of change and flux, a time of challenge and threat, a time too of possibility and promise. True to our Labour values, confident in our Labour leadership, proud of our Labour politics. We are the champions of change, and we are ready to serve. Thank you very much, conference. Have a brilliant week. Conference, each day we will receive a report from the Conference Arrangements Committee. You might see or hear that shortened to CAC, just for those of you who are new. The CAC is responsible for putting together the agenda for conference. Delegates will have a printed copy provided each morning and will also be emailed an electronic copy as soon as it's available. And those of you who have been to conference before will know that business can change on a day-to-day basis. So the reports are produced by our hard-working party staff overnight, ready for you first thing in the morning. So to present the first CAC report, I'll invite the chair of the committee, Harry Donaldson.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Conference. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all back to this great city of Liverpool for this year's annual conference. Labour is making a massive difference in Liverpool. We are protecting the city's children's centres, bringing a new fleet of pioneering publicly owned trains and protecting local jobs by bringing services back in-house. I know many of us have come straight to Liverpool from Rutherglen and Hamilton West, which you've already heard of, and having worked hard to achieve an amazing Labour victory there. The tireless efforts of volunteers and staff have ensured that conference starts on an absolute high this year. Conference Arrangements Committee would like to thank all the Labour Party team, conference venue staff and many contractors who are also involved in bringing together tirelessly to bring about this today. This year's annual conference 23 will be the last one before a general election and is an opportunity for us all to show the country that we are ready to lead and be the party of government. Today we will hear from Angela Rayner and our General Secretary David Evans, Annalise Dodds, our party chair, and Pat McFadden, the National Campaign Coordinator. We will celebrate our successes with the Merit and Best Practice Awards, and we will debate and vote on important rule changes that will make vital changes to our party as we prepare for the next general election. CAC Report 1 was made available to all delegates and sets out the detailed agenda for today, as well as a broad timetable for the rest of the week. All conference documentation can be found on the members area of the Labour Party website, with CAC reports added each and every day. Throughout the week, all the information delegates require for the day will be reproduced in CAC reports, which is emailed to all delegates by 8 a.m. Delegates are asked to only take one of the small supply of hard copies that are available. Delegates should make themselves familiar with the standing orders of conference, with details commencing on page 27 of CAC 1. The NPF document we have is a culmination of all the hard work that has been done over the last years. Today is our chance to vote on it and set the agenda for our manifesto at the upcoming general election. As this is the final NPF document of this cycle, there will be no reference backs at this conference. The priorities ballot is today. Both constituencies and the affiliate delegate sections take part in this ballot. The 6 topics that will top poll each section will be debated at this conference. Delegates are asked to remember that they are voting for topics rather than specific motions, as more than one motion is usually submitted in each subject. Issues not selected for debate will be referred to the National Policy Forum after conference so that they can be considered as part of the policy's decision-making process, or to the NEC, who will report on the action taken. The full list of motions is available in an addendum to CAC 1, which was emailed to delegates prior to conference starting. The ballot takes place from 10:30 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. today. The ballot area is located in ECL, opposite the doors to the main hall. To assist with the crowding, there will be a ballot box available at the side of the hall during ballot opening hours. The results of the priorities ballots will be announced at the end of conference today. Compensating will take place today, starting from 4 p.m. this afternoon. Can delegates who have motions on one of the successful policies please attend the corresponding compensating meetings? The initial meeting point will be the upper galleria in the ACC. The details of the compensating meetings will be shown on screen at the end of conference business today and read out by the session chair. I would like to remind conference only fully accredited delegates appointed in accordance with the party rules are entitled to move motions on behalf of their organisations. As with every year, delegates have access to delegate services, printing and computers, which is located near the ballot area. The service is available whilst conference is sitting. In order to maximise the number of delegates able to speak during conference, Delegates will only be able to speak once from the floor in any one debate. Once chosen in a debate, please do not seek to speak again in that debate, as you will be turned away by the chair. Movers are allowed 3 minutes and other speakers 2 minutes. Chairs will make every effort to call delegates from across the conference floor. And again, delegates are reminded that chairs will only call those delegates who remain seated and indicate by a raised hand. Accessibility stewards can provide assistance where required. Conference, the official partner charity for this year, is in memory of Baroness Margaret MacDonagh, who sadly passed away earlier this year from glioblastoma. She was instrumental in the 1997 general election victory and later became General Secretary, leading the party to the 2001 general election landslide. The funds raised will go to research and drug trials so that there may be better outcomes for patients in the future. The NEC have agreed and moved rule changes to be debated by conference. The details of the proposed rule changes to be debated today are detailed in pages 11 to 27 of CAC 1. All ballots taking place this week are detailed in the CAC report on page 6 and will be repeated in CAC reports for the relevant day. Unfortunately, conference, due to a printing error, the NCC ballot paper states that you may vote for up to 3 candidates. This is incorrect. Delegates are reminded that they may vote for up to 5 candidates. Notices will be put up in the ballot area and staff will be reminding delegates this ballot will close on Tuesday, and we will remind you again on Tuesday. We received 10 emergency motions from the deadline. The CAC has considered these motions and ruled that none meet the criteria. Those deemed as not meeting the criteria have been offered an appeal, which will take place today. Women's Conference was held yesterday. The 2 motions were successful and will be debated and voted on this week. These motions are reproduced on the day today they will be debated on. The leader's speech will take place on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Further information will be provided in CAC 3 on Tuesday. The CAC and conference team have worked really hard to ensure the best possible conference experience for everyone. We have accessibility stewards, mental health stewards, first aiders, and our safeguarding team available to ensure that everyone has a safe and enjoyable conference experience. We ask everyone to play their part by treating each other with kindness and respect and dignity throughout our daily conference agenda, but also during the many fringe events, evening sessions and social time spent with fellow attendees. On behalf of the CAC, I would want to remind attendees about their role in ensuring that our conference is a safe and inclusive experience for all children, young people and adults. We believe that everyone has the right to live their lives free from abuse, harassment and neglect, and conference should be a reflection of that belief. All attendees are expected to demonstrate the highest standards of behaviour towards each other. If anyone sees, hears something that makes them concerned, they should report this to the appropriate services, either by speaking to a steward, a staff member or the safeguarding unit. Before I formally move the report, I wish to remind all attendees at conference that everyone wishing to enter the conference centre itself will need to be wearing a pass. This is also true of the conference hotel. As ever, we want everyone to have a safe and enjoyable conference. The CAC, NEC, police, party and venue staff, security staff and stewards will be working tirelessly together to achieve that. Chair, I move my report.
Thank you very much, Harry. As Harry says, the CAC are in session throughout conference. So if you have any issues, it's sometimes easier to go and see them and have a word before raising them on the conference floor. Excuse me.
My name's Harry, I'm from the Social
Excuse me, sorry, I didn't call for speakers. Sorry, I was going to ask for speakers. Delegate, please, delegate. Delegate.
What is happening is not democratic, it's unprecedented. Thank you so much.
Conference. I was just about to say there's now an opportunity for anyone who wishes to raise points on the CAC report, but I was interrupted. We do want to get on with the business of conference as soon as possible, so please take a moment to think about whether your issue really needs to be raised on conference floor or could be raised with the CAC separately. Please don't duplicate a point if someone has already made it. If you do wish to make a point now, when you come to the lectern, please tell us your name and organisation from which you are a delegate, and then make the point briefly. If you try to make a speech, I will stop you. If you're called to speak, you should come straight up to speak, but after you've spoken, you will also need to register at the speaker's desk, which is just at the front. So that your contribution can be noted in the record of decisions. So, does anyone wish to raise any points? I've got a delegate right in front with a yellow top, looks like yellow from here. I have a delegate with, yes, I thought she was walking this way. Oh, obviously not. Yes, the delegate with the black and white top. Oh, yes, and there's a gentleman there. The register at the speaker's desk.
Hi. Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name's Coral Jones. I'm actually a delegate from Hackley South and Shoreditch CLP, but I'm speaking at the moment as a member of the SHA and as a doctor. I want to raise the point that the CAC report actually creates two different motions, groups of motions about the NHS. These are all substantially the same and they should not be divided up. And I'm calling on people to reject, I don't know if you can reject part of the CAC report until this is amended and all motions are taken together. If we're going to give an offer to the public that's going to save lives and work for staff and for public health, then we need all opinions to come together to create that and not to have these two false categories which are pushing people to vote one way rather than the other. Thank you.
Can you please register at the speaker's desk? Delegates, can you please register at the speaker's desk? Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Angela Rayner, proud Unite member. And my pronouns are she, her. We are appalled and dismayed to witness the democratic decisions taken by the CAC being overturned by the NEC officers group. The NEC officers should not be overruling the decisions of our elected lay members on the CAC. This has never happened before. It is unprecedented and there are no grounds for this in the rule book. We want to know, as a matter of urgency, what is the explanation, justification and rationale for this anti-democratic decision?
You can register at the speaker's desk, please.
Thank you, Chair. Matt White, Tottenham CLP. I'd like to challenge the CAC report's division of the social care motions from the social care workforce motion. That's one motion submitted by Unison as a separate group of motions to the 6 motions submitted by my CLP and 5 other CLPs. There doesn't seem to be any grounds for that, especially as many of the CLP motions also deal with social care workforce. So I think our CLP will have to oppose the CAC report on those grounds. Thank you.
If you remember to register at the Speaker's desk. Yep. I will ask Harry to respond to those points.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. I think I picked up the name right on one was Claudia, who was raising the issues about the headings and allocated subject headings. The allocation of motions into subject areas are agreed upon by the CAC according to the topic that they feel and we believe they relate to. Regarding Angela from Unite, in terms of her contribution in terms of that, in terms of the NEC situation, for clarity, this matter is not about the NEC placing its opinions above those of the CAC. Rather, this was limited intervention based on the determination that the decisions taken were out with certain procedures and specifically only to these set of circumstances. The matter was discussed fully in yesterday's CAC meeting, following which it was agreed that I, as Chair of CAC, make representation to the NEC to set out our concerns and to propose a way forward to ensure the situation does not arise in future, and the CAC believes this is a sensible way forward, and I look forward to liaising with the NEC about this whole matter. In regards to Mark and the points he has raised, again, it refers to allocated subject headings, and again, to repeat myself, the allocation of motions as subject areas are agreed upon by the CAC according to the topic that they broadly relate to. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. So we must now vote on the CAC report. Having listened to Harry's response to the points raised, can I see all those in favour of accepting the report? And those against? And any abstentions? Okay, that is clearly carried. Conference, before we go any further, a quick note on points of order. This is all the exciting stuff this morning. Points of order are questions about the procedure used in debate. They are not an opportunity to make a general point or a speech. In your CAC report, you will find the standing orders for annual conference. Any delegate raising a point of order must identify which standing order they have a question about. I'm going to ask the staff on the delegate desk to ask anybody who wants to raise a point of order to indicate which standing order it's about before allowing you on stage. If you can't identify the point, it's not a point of order. So, it's now my absolute pleasure to invite Angela Rayner, our Deputy Leader, Shadow Levelling Up Secretary, to address the conference. Angela.
Good morning, Liverpool, and welcome. I love a good standing order. It brings me back to my union days. This year's conference comes at a momentous time for our party and a pivotal moment for our country, just days after Labour's huge win in Rutherglen. Anna, my friend, we are all so proud of the positive campaign you and Michael ran. Years of hard work led to the people of Rutherglen putting their faith in Labour this week. A watershed moment. Now conference. No offence, but I hope this is the last speech you'll hear from me on this podium before a general election. Because just like you, I am sick of being in opposition. When you elected me 3.5 years ago, it was the honour of my life. But you didn't elect me to be Deputy Leader of the Opposition. You elected me to be Deputy Prime Minister of a Labour government. A Labour government that will transform people's lives like the last Labour government changed my own. Now, we have a great week in store, but it comes after one where we saw the chaotic face of today's Tory party. They've had quite a year since we last met. The leader who lost to a lettuce, the Chancellor who forgot his own tax return and forgot to declare it too, Gavin Williamson, forced to resign because he turned out to be a bully. Who knew? Dominic Raab, also forced to resign as a bully. I think everyone knew that one, except the Prime Minister, apparently. And there's the Home Secretary, sacked as a threat to national security. The same Home Secretary reappointed next week. I think they call that time served. Apparently, she believes in the rehabilitation of offenders after all. And now we have a Prime Minister refusing to hand over his WhatsApp messages. I assume Jacob Rees-Mogg also refused to hand over his carrier pigeon. Conference, throughout all of it, the Prime Minister simply can't stand up for the country against his party. He's apparently planning another reshuffle. Maybe that's why he thinks we're offering him 7 different bins for different kinds of rubbish. And of course, at their conference, Liz Truss was back. But one thing did become clear last week. We all know that he's just Ken in her Barbie world. And what a contrast we are to the Tories. With Keir at the helm, Labour's shadow cabinet is hungry for change. And I might be a little bit biased, but I think my team are shining stars. I lead a formidable front bench with Matt, Sarah, Flo, Paula, Mike, Nav, Mary, Sharon, Sue, Amwaj, and Justin and Imran leading on the New Deal for working people. At conference, I also want to pay tribute to the woman who paved the way for Labour's bold housing and levelling up vision with grit and determination, Lisa Nandy. The reality is that Labour is already delivering in power. From our elected mayors to our local authority leaders or the Labour government in Wales. Our movement has never been so unified, so focused around one aim, to give Britain its future back. But the Tories also have one singular focus, to desperately cling on to power. That's why the Tories' Levelling Up project was dead on arrival. You cannot level up from the top down. The Tories only know how to centralise power and hold wealth where it benefits them. And it's under their watch the places that once built Britain have been abandoned. Communities crumbling, high streets emptying, rising crime. Streets that were once bursting with pride, shut down, boarded up, denied a brighter future, rents that are skyrocketing, mortgages soaring, where work doesn't pay. It's that lingering sense that Britain is broken. Collateral damage from the swing of the Tories' wrecking ball. For the Conservatives, growth isn't for everyone. It means the jobs for the boys, a free ride for vested interests, the super rich, the non-doms, water bosses. But our proud United Kingdom, that once spearheaded the industrial world, was not a trickle-down nation. It was a country where innovation and growth rose up from the ports, the factories, the warehouses in Hartlepool, Humber and Teesside. In my lifetime, growth used to be in the hands of the workers and communities that built Britain. From their graft came wealth. But today, working people are grafting while ministers in their ivory tower in Whitehall. The truth is, and I'm not afraid to say it, it's a responsible government that recognises their role in providing stability in people's lives. But stability has been smashed at the hands of this Prime Minister, who in his conference speech spent an hour rallying against plots and controversies that don't exist, worshipping at the altar of Liz Truss, a government that has gone off the rails quite literally in the north. The Prime Minister's speech didn't even mention housing once. No doubt, that's because his housing policy is the same as his new smoking policy. Increase the prices year on year so eventually no one can buy. The truth is, looking down from his private jet, Rishi Sunak can't understand why young people can't get on the housing ladder. Don't forget, this is the man who boasted about snatching taxpayers' money from deprived areas and funneling it into wealthy ones. He tells working people they're just lacking aspiration. They aren't working hard enough. All the while, people are kept up at night by the pit in their stomach, whether their paycheck will cover the bills or be enough to keep the roof over their heads, or whether their children will ever earn enough to be free from the same anxiety which keeps them up at night. That's because Rishi Sunak and his party have taken a sledgehammer to the foundations on which a good life can be built. And now the simple things in life are crumbling. A decent job, a secure, affordable home, and a strong community. Simple things this government has snatched away from working people. And conference, we can't go on like this any longer. The Tories are not only talking Britain down, they've dragged us down, and they're holding us back. And this is why Labour's first and most important mission in government is to grow the economy. Growth under a Labour government will be in all places for all people. Growth in the hands of the communities and the people that built Britain. To once again provide a decent work, secure home and strong communities. To truly level up our country. Building a strong community doesn't mean making everywhere look the same. It means real choices put in people's hands. Giving powers to our elected local leaders, the people who know their communities best. New devolved powers on skills, employment support, transport, and of course, new housing. This is how Labour will give local people control of their futures. And we know this can and will work, because the march to devolution of the last Labour government has been an almighty success. Our mayors Sadiq, Andy, Steve and Tracy continue to champion locally controlled transport, delivering cheaper tickets at a time where everything else is more expensive. Mark Drakeford, our First Minister of Wales, has shown the power of devolved leadership on skills with bold action to ensure that young people across Wales have access to work, education and training. Conference, we seek power. We seek power so we can hand it back to the people. That's the Labour way. It belongs to them, not us. But that also means recognising who is in the engine room of Britain's economy. Labour has a long and proud history of being the party of working people and the party for working people. We believe everyone deserves a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, and to have enough spare at the end of the month to enjoy the fruits of their labour, for bread and, yes, roses too. But under the Conservatives, too often, work doesn't pay. The Tories' low-wage economy, stagnant productivity and tumbling business investment. Everything about this is bad for workers, bad for businesses and bad for our economy. Now, Conference, I'm proud that the last Labour government created the national minimum wage. Back then, the Tories hated it. They said it would crash the economy. How wrong they were. But so much of Labour's progress has since been reversed. Young adult workers are getting a raw deal when their bills are as high as everyone else's. There's no doubt we need to raise the floor on wages and build lasting change. But it's only Labour that can make that work. With a genuine living wage that working people can actually live on, we will change the Low Pay Commission's remit so that the minimum wage will for the first time take account of the cost of living. Conference, and I've heard some rumours that we'll be watering down our New Deal for working people. Be in no doubt, not with Keir and I at the helm. We will ban zero-hour contracts, end fire and rehire, and give workers rights from day one. We'll go further and faster in closing the gender pay gap, make work more family-friendly and tackle sexual harassment, and we won't stop there. We'll ensure that unions can stand up for their members. We'll boost collective bargaining to improve workers' pay terms and conditions. And make no mistake, this is an agenda that will deliver hand in hand with the trade union movement, as we will work with businesses too, because they know a good modern labour market is good for growth. Conference Labour's New Deal for working people is our plan to boost wages, make work more secure and support working people to thrive. This is how Labour will make work pay. And this is what Keir has asked me to do. And this work has already started. But it can only be completed with Labour in power. And as Deputy Prime Minister, I will personally table the legislation implementing our New Deal within 100 days of taking office. And let there be no doubt about my determination. And I have no fear of winning that argument in an election either. Last week, the people of Rutherglen and Hamilton West voted to make work pay. Let's give the people of our whole country the same chance to do the same. But Conference, good wages and protections aren't enough if every penny goes simply on keeping a roof over your head, if you live in damp, cramped housing or have no home at all. Safe, secure, affordable housing is no longer the foundation on which people can rely. That foundation of a good life, decent wages, strong communities and affordable homes crumbles in Tory Britain. Too many people are stuck paying unaffordable private rents, or living the nightmare of a home wrapped in flammable cladding, whilst leaseholders linger in a system left over from the Middle Ages. The dream of home ownership is slipping away, as more than 1 million families wait for social housing. Over the last 13 years, Tory ministers sold or demolished more than double the number of social homes that they delivered. Families who need a council house are often stuck in cramped temporary accommodation or at the mercy of private landlords. And this summer, Michael Gove handed back almost £2 billion destined for affordable housing to the Treasury because he couldn't spend it. A Labour government would right this wrong. We know a secure home is like a secure job, is a game changer and crucial foundation for a good life. That's why we will get social homes built, brick by brick, building not just homes, but also communities. And I'll get my hard hat and high vis on if I have to. I pledge to you today, Keir and I will deliver the biggest boost in affordable and social housing for a generation. A conference that includes council housing. Conference, the Tories look down on people living in social housing. Well, I say, let's stare right back and never be ashamed. A council house changed my life. And so here's what Labour is going to do. We'll start by salvaging the system that the Tories have taken a sledgehammer to. Where the Tories have snatched billions from affordable housing, Labour will unlock government grants to deliver new homes by making the Affordable Homes programme more flexible so that every penny gets out the door to build the homes that people need. And by working with our local leaders, who know their areas best, we'll use these funds more effectively. And second, we will strengthen the rules to prevent developers from wriggling out of their responsibilities, and we will speed up the building of new social and affordable housing. We'll do this by reforming the planning system. Elected local leaders will be given the powers they need to stand up to vested interests in building new developments through a specialist government take-back control unit that will work with them to rebalance the scales. At conference, we will provide stability and certainty for the affordable and social housing market so their confidence is there to invest. Affordable and social council houses aren't just a nice add-on, they're fundamental to securing decent homes for all, a hammer to smash the class ceiling, and a linchpin of the economy. They are quicker to occupy and build and to get the growth that we need and create reliable, well-paid and highly skilled jobs in the process. But that's not all. Labour will achieve rental reform where the Tories have failed for 4.5 years. Finishing the job by banning no-fault evictions. And we'll give first-time buyers first dibs on new developments in their communities with a comprehensive mortgage guarantee scheme for those who don't have access to the bank of mum and dad. And we'll end the medieval leasehold system with root and branch reforms. We will deliver planning reform to build the houses the next generation so desperately needs. It's Labour that is the party of home ownership, because we understand what it means to make your home, to start a family and to get on in life. And I know the difference a decent wage and secure home can make. It was a Labour government that introduced a minimum wage that improved my income. A Labour government built the council houses. I got the keys to my first home, to security. A Labour government that introduced equal pay, and I started to save money. The Labour government took me from a council estate to the parliamentary estate. And conference, that's where my Labour values come from, and my confidence to succeed. Ever since those days, to all the people who have underestimated me throughout my life, I've always said, watch this space. So I say to anyone who feels written off and looked down on, I've got your back. Labour is on your side. Conference, the Tories last week not only showed that they were not on your side, they showed they're not fit to govern. It's not just that they don't have a plan, frankly, they don't have a clue. And they can't solve the country's problems because they are the problem. They've broken Britain. And they've left working people paying the price. We don't just know Britain can be better than this. We have a plan to make it better. Not short-term sticking plaster solutions, but a mission-driven government. So you'll see that plan from us this week. A different kind of economy, where better living standards for all are how we drive growth and why we will drive growth. That repairs and revives our broken public services and provides a secure job, decent pay, strong communities, and a home of your own, the foundations on which a good life is built. Conference earlier, I quoted one of the great anthems of our movement. It was a woman trade unionist, Helen Todd, who first demanded bread and roses too. A century ago, she wanted the right to vote and something worth voting for. In her words, that bread and roses be the heritage of every child that is born in this country, in a government of which she has a voice. Conference, our mission as a movement is the same now as it was then. So let us fulfill it. Let's make it our legacy for every child in this country once more. And let us be the government where they can find their voice and follow their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. That was a fantastic speech. So, conference, we have lost a number of very valued colleagues since we last met. The names of some of them are listed on page 16 of the NEC's annual report. There may be others who are known to you. We will celebrate the lives of our colleagues with applause. So please, if you are able, stand now to remember all of those we have lost since we last met. Thank you, conference.
Conference. Before I give my speech, I'd like to pay tribute to one of my predecessors, Margaret McDonagh. In a second, we'll play a short video, but I'd like to say a few words about Margaret. Great is an overused word in politics, but it does fit Margaret. She had a profound love of our party, rooted in conviction about what we can achieve in power and a vivid understanding of the consequences for the people we let down when we lose. When I was her Assistant General Secretary in 2001, she led from the front. Absolute strength, commitment, matched by personal kindness and generosity. She is a huge loss to our party. Here's a short tribute to an extraordinary woman who I was proud to call my boss and my friend.
I mean, where to begin? Everyone has a story about Margaret.
I don't think we'll ever have another person like Margaret. There will never be a second Margaret.
Margaret was, quite simply, one of the most extraordinary people that I've ever met.
She achieved her lifetime ambition as the first female and youngest General Secretary of the Labour Party. She organised 2 successful general elections consecutively. She made history.
An example to everybody, yeah. She was very, very good. She didn't suffer fools. Not at all.
She wanted what was the very, very best for the Labour Party. And she was absolutely determined that Labour would be a force of good for our country, that we would win, and that we would change the lives of ordinary people.
Her unyielding view that you can only make a difference if you win, but winning isn't enough, it's winning for a purpose, and that is to transform the lives of the people that we represent.
She was the best sister anybody could have, and the best friend, and the best comrade, and she gave the best advice. And sometimes the best advice isn't always the most comfortable advice. And my friend Joan Ryan once said that Margaret loved people enough to tell them the truth.
What some people don't always know about Margaret is that she was so incredibly kind and incredibly generous. And if you were ever in any kind of trouble, the person you'd want on your side is Margaret McDonagh.
She was a very good friend. She never forgot where she came from. She always made time, no matter how busy she was. She made time for you.
One of the best bosses I've ever worked for. I think there are many people walking around who don't know who she is. And I think they should know who she is, actually.
I was lucky enough to have her as my General Secretary. She was an extraordinary and wonderful human being, but she can also teach us a lot today. As we look at the next period of time, coming up to a general election, we should bear Margaret and what she stood for and what she did in our minds. Because then we've got a better chance, not just of winning, but of being a successful and great government.
Going forward, we'll be thinking, what would Margaret do? And I think that is a phenomenal legacy.
She was extraordinary, and her spirit lives on in the women that she's inspired through the pipeline. I think the phrase that Margaret always used that really resonated with me is, how do we help women find their voice? What she would encourage you to do, and the bravery that she would encourage you to take, lives with everyone
let's build the spirit of Margaret into everything that we do as we head into the next general election, because it can only serve us well.
Country first, party second. That was Margaret's mantra. Those words are just as important now as they were then. She was a tireless campaigner for women who never gave up on lifting people up and inspiring them to go further. Generations to come will benefit from her lasting legacy.
Conference, I'm amongst those who knew Margaret personally and benefited directly from her inspirational leadership. I'm proud to announce that today we are launching the Margaret McDonagh Leadership Academy. It will place leadership at the heart of our mission for staff, candidates and activists. The Leadership Academy will ensure that future generations will also know Margaret, be able to realise their potential and help us win for the country. A fitting legacy. Thank you, Margaret. Conference, in just 206 days, 22 hours and 15 minutes, the next general election could well be over. Or you could say, just over 4 Liz Truss governments. This general election will change the course of our country. Either a nation saddled with a government that plays to the worst in people, or a Labour government that believes in and brings out the best in people, unlocks opportunity, changes this country for good. Each day before this election is more important than the last. How close do you feel we are to winning? Well, Keir will often remind us we should never be complacent, and we're not. But there are reasons to be confident. Since that disastrous defeat in 2019, the progress we've made has been breathtaking. None of it by accident, none of it inevitable. Difficult decisions. So our finances are strong, and we can now invest more in this campaign than ever before. Our ambitious policy platform in place, our Labour movement unified in common purpose, our extraordinary party staff, with us in this hall today, making this conference a success, our biggest ever, dwarfing the debacle in Manchester last week, and our staff, fresh from Rutherglen and Hamilton West, now in Tamworth and Mid-Bedfordshire, fighting day and night for Labour gains. Over 165 new parliamentary candidates who will command the confidence of the voters in the seats we need to win. Our members and volunteers, over 1,000 joining in just the last week. More doors knocked on this year than ever before. Our whole organisation transformed. But what gives me most confidence is the impact this is having on voters. The doors that once slammed shut in our faces have now started to open again. People are nervous about what the future holds for them and their families, finding it harder to hope, harder to trust. Our job is to listen, show by what we say and what we do that we're different, deserving of their trust. I know we all read the polls. It's hard not to. But remember the words of the late Shimon Peres. Opinion polls are like perfume, nice to smell, dangerous to swallow. We're not swallowing any polls. Our priority is not just to persuade, but to turn support into action, poll leads into votes. And this year, we did. As Rishi Sunak said last week, facts are facts. Well, here are some facts, Rishi. We won the local elections by the largest margin in decades. We won across the country, every type of area, rebuilding coalitions of voters we were told had been lost forever. We won by-elections. Kim Leadbeater, Paulette Hamilton, Simon Lightwood, Samantha Dixon, Andrew Weston, Ashley Dalton, Keir Mather, and yes, Michael Shanks MP. But we know, sadly, by-elections rarely change governments, but they can change the political weather. Most voters only follow politics out of the corner of one eye, but in by-elections we come squarely into view. And where we do the work, where we listen intently, we've turned those open doors into Labour votes. Our new campaign machine clicking into action. But I want to mention another name, Danny Beales. Our candidate in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, a great candidate, not in Parliament. We came up short for him by 495 votes. The Conservatives beat us. This was painful, but pain is useful. It tells you something isn't right and needs to be fixed. You ignore it at your peril. A reminder that even if the Tories have given up governing, they haven't given up campaigning. If we give them an opportunity, we will pay the price. And we should always remember that in the 123 years since Keir Hardie, the original Keir, founded our party, we've been in power for just 30. That's why, in spite of the great progress of Labour governments, we still live in a country where power is concentrated, gross inequality persists, and injustice remains. Every time we lose, it's always the people who need a Labour government most who pay the price. Next year, they won't run on their record, they'll run away from it. They won't run on a vision. We saw last week, they don't have one. They'll search for any gap between us and the voters, drive a wedge into it and hammer that wedge every day until polling day. They'll distort our policies, denigrate our leaders and degrade our politics. But our job is not to complain. Our job is to campaign. And we will. We've seen them coming. We're ready for them. We'll hold them to account for their record of failure. We'll stay disciplined, not giving them the slimmest opening. We won't dodge difficult decisions. We'll speak with one voice. We will ruthlessly focus our campaign where it counts, the battleground seats. We'll always listen to voters, always keeping them in our line of sight. That doesn't mean we blow with the wind, changing our position from one voter to the next. It means connecting our values with their lives. This Labour way is hard work. It always has been. We must listen first, earn trust next, build confidence, then persuade. That's why your new membership card has Clause 4, Part 4 of our Constitution printed on it. If anyone says we're not ambitious enough, read it in full to them. Through the strength of our common endeavour, we achieve more than we achieve alone. This will run through every action, every day of a Keir Starmer-led Labour government. And conference, for the first time alongside this, our card bears our pledge to all voters that Labour will always put the country first. As we commit to this, it's a privilege to hand out the first of these cards to three of our many remarkable members who will all contribute in different ways to our party. Bayo Alaba, Louise Jones and Ralph Ali, please come to the stage. Bayo, a former parachute regiment soldier, now serves his community in Wanstead Park as a councillor. Ralph helped set up Brighton and Hove Young Labour. Louise, a former civil servant and intelligence corps officer, last week selected as our parliamentary candidate in North East Derbyshire. What are we doing? Yeah. Thank you very much. So how can we win in 24? Well, how we've always won. How we won in 1945, 1964 and 1997, through the strength of our common endeavour, through the talent and dedication of members like Bayo, Louise and Ralph, or the 4 Basildon members who got up at 3 a.m. on Thursday, drove to Rutherglen, campaigned all day and then drove home again. Yes. That's why our campaign to win in 2024 starts today with you, our members. It's called Win 24. This month, everyone will get a Win 24 guide with all you need to play your part. Win 24 will then extend much wider, reaching out to everyone who shares our values and wants to see an end to this Tory government. People like Michael, who I met on Friday, campaigning in Tamworth. I asked how he got involved. He said his son Daniel, who's 10, had heard our candidate Sarah Edwards speak at his school. He came home buzzing, enthused, feeling he could make a difference. He's 10. This then caught on to his dad, who was welcomed at the campaign centre the next day. He's not a member. And he's been knocking on doors every day since. There are people like Michael in every seat. Our campaign will be their campaign. It'll be open, welcoming, inclusive. One first step will be a Win 24 sticker. You'll get one. Put this in your car. The real one's a bit smaller than this, but put this in your car or porch. It will signal to others in your area that they're part of a growing number who want us to win in 24. At first, you'll just see a smattering, but this will spread as our campaign builds and grows into an unstoppable movement. More people speaking to voters, more donations in cash and kind, more volunteers. The Tories won't know what's hit them. And it won't just be our victory, it'll be the British people's victory, voting Labour to take their country back. So, conference. Remember how you felt at 10 p.m. on the 12th of December 2019, that fateful clang of Big Ben before the exit polls. I give you my word that when we hear that clang of Big Ben again, we will have done everything we can. So let's not waste a minute. Let's show the British people that it's only Labour who will always put the country first. Let's beat our opponents in Tamworth and Mid-Bedfordshire. Let's build a campaign the Tories or the SNP won't stand a chance again. Let's not let down the millions counting on a Labour government. And conference, through the strength of our common endeavour, let's win in 24 and change the country for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And talking about winning, there are phone banks running for Mid-Bedfordshire and Tamworth by-elections. They are running in the M&S Arena every evening of conference. So today, there are phone banks from 3 till 6 p.m, Monday, 5 till 8 and Tuesday 5 till 8. So if you've got a spare 10 minutes or half an hour in your conference schedule, you too can help play your part in those by-elections. And I just want to thank all of the party staff who have been working so hard in the recent by-elections, especially those who were camped out in Rutherglen. Election day was a dreich day in weather terms, but we got there through the strength of our common endeavour. Now, conference, we will consider the financial reports, which are listed on page 87 of the annual report, and I'll... 47. And I'll invite our new party treasurer, Mike Payne, to present his report to conference. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Prynawn Pawb, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mike Payne and I'm the elected party treasurer, and it's my absolute pleasure to present for my first time the party's annual statement of accounts for 2022 to conference. It's extremely humbling for me to stand here as your treasurer and to follow in the footsteps of such labour and trade union greats as Ramsay MacDonald, Hugh Gateskill, and Iron Bevan, James Callaghan, Jack Dromey, and of course my predecessor, Diana Holland. Conference, before I present the accounts, I'd just like to thank a few people for their support and their comradeship and for their endeavours on behalf of our great party. I want to specifically thank Diana for her friendship over the past year. I'll not forget her kindness to me personally, but it would be remiss of me not to thank her on behalf of conference for her stewardship of our party finances throughout the past 12 years. Diana, thank you for everything that you did. In addition, conference, I want to thank Simon Mills, who is the Executive Director of Finance and Operations, who recently left the party for pastures new, for the way he has steered the party finances for the past 16 and a half years. Simon, you'll be missed by the party, but between yourself and Diana, you left the party in a decent place. So thank you to you both. Conference, having said goodbye to Diana and to Simon, I want to welcome the new Chief Finance Officer, Chris Tidswell, and the new Chief Operations Officer, John Lahau. It's been a pleasure working with them both over the last few months, and I look forward to working with them over the months and years to come. Conference, it's now my pleasure to present the financial reports, which can be found on pages 52 to 73 of the annual report. You'll be happy to hear that I do not intend going through page by page, but there are some highlights and key messages that I would like to raise with you. At the end of 2022, the accounts present a net surplus of 2.7 million, a net surplus of 2.7 million. That is a massive and significant change from the previous 2021 accounts, when we had a deficit of 5.2 million. So, conference, you may recall that at the end of 2021, the annual report showed the party was facing challenging times regarding its finances, and we were facing significant financial pressures. I'm pleased to report that the party has seen increased income levels in the past year across a number of areas, some of which are at the highest levels ever outside of an election year. In fact, overall, income has increased by 3.6% on those reported for 2021. And in addition to improved income levels, the actions taken to reduce the party's cost base and overall running costs, a reduction of somewhere in the region of 12.5%, are reflected in the 2022 financial results, contributing to the overall surplus reported and delivering a successful outcome. I'd like to draw your attention, as I say, to a few key points. Membership income continues to be the primary source of the party's income, at approximately £16 million. Membership currently stands at around 380,000, and whilst this number is slightly lower than that reported in 2021, membership income levels were higher than was anticipated. It's not an unusual conference for membership numbers to fluctuate throughout election cycles. And in fact, we have already forecast membership to drop in 2022. However, due to the turbulence in the government over the summer and autumn, and given the positive vision for Britain and the policy agenda set out by Keir, we have seen a surge in new members into the party. And as David said, during the Tory conference, we recruited 1,000 members in a week. This combined with a reduced rate of members resigning and or being in arrears. Arrears at an all-time low, 3%. That is a decade-long low. And it has led to a result which has been better than we anticipated. Conference donations remain our second largest source of income at 10.5 million. And this is an improvement on the figure for 2021. The prospect of a general election and an opportunity to get rid of this Tory government continues to drive donations, and we are already seeing growth in support. The third area of increased income I'd like to mention is our commercial revenue. This grew by 1.2 million between 2021 and 2022. And this in the main relates to annual conference income. And just as a side note, you will see from this year's conference guide that this year's conference exhibition is the biggest ever. This will in turn deliver increased revenue for the party in 2023 accounts, and I, of course, will return to those next year. But I would urge colleagues to please take a look at the largest set of exhibitors ever seen at a National Labour Party conference. Our standings in the polls provide us with a fantastic opportunity to maximise revenue, and I can tell you that the commercial team have done an excellent job of selling visitor passes, fringe event space and attaining sponsorships. A huge thank you to all of that team. Diolch. So conference to finish on a positive note. The financial position at the end of 2022 provides us with a solid base for 2023. It allows us to invest in additional staff, to train activists, and to provide the tools and the systems that we all need to win for Labour. As the party mobilises for the challenge ahead, fighting by-elections like Rutherglen, Tamworth and Mid-Bedfordshire, and preparing itself for a general election, cost control, income generation and strong financial management remain the priority. To ensure that this party achieves its goal of winning power, because whilst also remaining financially stable and sustainable in the long term. Conference, we stand at the gateway to a new era of fairer and greener politics, which can and will only be delivered by a Keir Starmer-led Labour government. Let us not be complacent. Let us go out and win. Policies without power achieve absolutely nothing. So, Conference, it's my absolute pleasure to move the financial report, and I look forward to Conference support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mike. Would any delegate like to ask any questions or make any points from Mike's report? I've got a delegate there, and I think that's the only one. Thanks.
Oh, great. Thank you. Stephanie Lynn Coggle from Islington North, CLP. Just had a few quick questions. Just wanted to know about the increase by 120% of senior management costs, and if that could just be explained. and a 34% increase in buildings and premises costs, increased by £1 million. There's a listing for admin costs at 2.9 million, and it would be good just to know what those included. And then finally, in terms of the level of individual donations and the high proportion that makes of the party income, as these are non-reoccurring, it would be good to know how the risk of those falling off is being mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, would you like to reply to the points?
Thanks very much, Stephanie. I'd just like to say that the main reason for the increase in significant management is obviously we split the role of Chief Finance Officer and Chief Operations. So we're gearing up to win a general election. So obviously management costs are going to be increased as a result. And the significant cost of buildings. We're in the process of undertaking a complete review of buildings across the whole of the UK and looking at those to see whether they're actually fit for purpose and to see whether or not we should continue with those buildings, whilst at the same time looking to see what we can do about increasing income and revenue from those buildings. With regards to donations, obviously I appreciate completely that donations are in the main one-offs, but donations at the moment are an all-time high because we stand on the brink of becoming a Labour government. But I'm happy, Stephanie, to go into more detail with those and provide you with more details. If you can provide me, if you can give me a shout later, provide me with the details, I'll make sure you get that. But thanks very much for the questions, and thank you, Conference, for your support.
Thank you, Mike. So, Conference, we now need to formally adopt the financial statements. Can I see all those in favour of doing so? Thank you. And any against? No, I think that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we also need to accept the annual report as a whole. Conference agreed? Agreed. Thank you. So you'll be hearing a lot this conference about getting the party election ready. Our Best Practice Awards seek to recognise those who already make a significant contribution to our party. And this year, we'll be hearing about them in a video.
We are really delighted to say that we have won the Best Campaign, Best Practice Award for July's historic by-election victory in Selby and Ainsty, where we overturned a Conservative majority of 20,000 to elect Keir Mather as our new Labour MP.
The difference it's made for Selby is already amazing, and we're looking forward to Keir forming part of a new Labour government very soon.
I'm delighted that we've been able to use our social media to get our message out there, to reconnect and to rebuild trust in the Labour Party locally. I'd also like to say thank you to the Labour Party for helping us to build our skills in this field.
I think it made an enormous difference to the way that we were able to go about understanding how best to maximise our efficiencies and win those local council elections.
We spoke to people on a key issue that they felt very strongly about. We made sure that we listened to people and that we implemented the change that they wanted to see.
This campaign shows that Labour listens to local people and we act on it.
This saw councillors and thousands of members go out and support campaigns across the country for the local elections in May 2023. We went as far as from Stoke-on-Trent to Swindon to Medway, and members told us what a morale boost it was to have so many people come and support the campaigns.
And it's because of great fundraising officers like Kay and Sue, who won the Best Practice Award for fundraising, that In Chipping Barnet, at least, we've been able to spend some money on leaflets and direct mails since I've been selected as the parliamentary candidate. So I'm so thankful to them for their hard work and for all the people leading fundraising efforts in our key seats across the country.
I'm really proud that we have won the Best Campaign Leadership Award for winning Medway, our campaign during the local elections to take the council from the Conservatives after 23 years and turn it Labour and turn it red.
It was a team effort, so the brilliant team of councillors, our campaigners here in Medway, support from South East Labour, London Labour, trade unions, the PLP and the whole Project Victory team meant Medway's victory was truly the Labour family's victory.
Hi, my name is Peter and I go to school here in Dalkeith.
And hi, I'm Kirsty. I'm the Scottish Labour and Cooperative PPC for Midlothian.
And we've just won the Best Practice Award for member mobilisation across the entire UK Labour Party.
And we won that because of our paid internship, Labour Launchpad.
I can honestly say that this internship changed my life, and if we manage to get a Labour game here in Midlothian and a Labour government across the UK, then it will change the lives of you and everyone we spoke to in Midlothian too.
We know how important Swindon and winning the two general election seats in Swindon are going to be to getting a Labour government. It's been brilliant for us that we had so much support from the Labour Party, helping us to get over the line in May.
And that feeling at the count the day after we won was just indescribable. And I really hope this puts us in a good position to turn Swindon red at the next general election and ensure we deliver that Labour government the country needs.
Congratulations to all of those winners. And if you didn't see Vince Maple's celebration dance after their election victory, you should look it up because it's joyous. So, conference, we take time each year to recognise the contributions of individual members who've also gone above and beyond. This year we have merit awards for Jose Alexander and Jane Hill. Annalise.
Thank you. Well, I have to say this is one of my favourite jobs as Labour Party Chair, to actually be providing those awards to Labour Party members who've gone above and beyond for our party this year. Of course, there are too many committed activists to recognise you all today, but we do have two really exceptional members receiving merit awards this afternoon. Our first award is to Jane Hill of Morley and Outwood CLP. Unfortunately, Jane isn't able to join us today, but her daughter, Charlotte, is here to accept on her behalf. Jane is a Yorkshire Labour stalwart, campaigning in every election and by-election over the years, acting as campaign coordinator and other positions. Congratulations to Jane, and thank you for going above and beyond for the Labour Party. Charlotte, do come up to accept the award. And now to our second winner, Jose Alexander. Jose is at almost every national phone bank, and he's only missed it to go door knocking. I can also reveal that we've worked out how many calls Jose has made. Wait for it, it's a whopping 5,000 calls to voters all over the country. So thank you, Jose, and congratulations. Do come up to receive your award.
Congratulations to all of this year's winners. Now, conference, we move to one of the most important items of business. I do appreciate we're running slightly behind, but it is the final report of the National Policy Forum. This report, set out to all of you ahead of conference, is a culmination of the work of the Policy Forum since the last general election. If agreed today, this report will form the basis of our next election manifesto. To introduce the report and update us on her work as Shadow Women and Equality Secretary and Party Chair, we'll now hear from Annalisa Dodds.
Thank you. Conference, it's wonderful to be back here in Liverpool again, speaking to conference for the third time as Party Chair and Shadow Women and Equality Secretary, and for the first time as Chair of the National Policy Forum. Yes, it's been a busy year for me, and an even busier one for Labour. The year we set out our mission-driven agenda to give Britain its future back, and agreed a policy programme to deliver that change at the full meeting of the MPF. Change that's desperately needed after 13 years of the Conservatives. Just look at the damage they've done over the last year alone. When we last met, Liz Truss was crashing our economy. A year on, Rishi Sunak is trashing our economic future. And who always pays the price for this economic incompetence? Those who can least afford it. The Tories have stood by as inequality has soared. Only Labour will stand up and do something about it. With a mission to deliver the highest sustained growth in the G7 so that everyone can achieve their full potential. With a new deal that will transform the rights of working people. With action to support women with menopause, to tackle the gender pay gap and boost businesses led by women and ethnic minority people. We'll protect the right to equal pay by enshrining the single source tax in UK law, rights the Tories only promised to keep after Labour challenged them on it. And new commitments that I announced yesterday to Women's Conference will boost representation in Parliament by forcing every political party to publish data on the diversity of candidates for parliamentary elections in the UK, Scotland and Wales. Tories, we're looking at you, and the public will be too. We'll build an NHS fit for the future by tackling rising maternal mortality and the health disparities that leave black women 4 times more likely to die in childbirth, figures which shame this government. We'll have serious violent crime, including the appalling epidemic of violence against women and girls. We'll break down barriers to opportunity by embedding equality at the heart of everything government does, genuinely assessing the impact of new policies on equality and defending the Equality Act from Conservative attack. The last Labour government did more to advance equality than any in history. The next will finish the job and break new ground by tackling the inequalities we face today, like the structural racism that scars our society, leaving black, Asian and ethnic minority families worse off, in poorer health and bearing the brunt of the cost of living crisis. The Conservatives don't even think there's a problem. They deny structural racism even exists. Only Labour has a plan to tackle it at source with a new landmark Race Equality Act. I want to thank Baroness Doreen Lawrence for her leadership and support in the development of this vital work, as well as the community groups and policy experts who fed into it. Experts on tackling racial inequality who gave up their time freely, not because they support a political cause, but because they care about righting this wrong. Attacked by a Conservative government who would rather stoke culture wars than fight for equality. So to everyone who's contributed to our Act, thank you. Labour stands with you. And all that goes to show, Conference, is that the enemies of equality will stop at nothing. But combating inequality is fundamental to our party. It's why we'll always take the right decision over the easy one. And we'll never descend into the gutter where the Conservatives wish to take us. I know it's been a difficult year for many LGBT+ people. Rising hate crime, including physical attacks. a Tory government that treats their lives and their rights as a political football, and a Prime Minister who sees them as a cheap punchline. Labour will never do that. We believe everyone deserves to be accepted without exception and treated with respect and dignity. That's why we will tackle the rising tide of hate with stronger laws, so those who carry out anti-LGBT+ hate crime get the tougher sentences they deserve. We will deliver where the Conservatives have failed by bringing in a full, no loopholes, trans-inclusive ban on conversion therapy. And Conference, we will modernise the gender recognition law to a new process while continuing to support the implementation of the Equality Act that protects everyone. Now, disabled people also deserve respect and they deserve dignity, but they're getting neither under the Conservatives. Labour is determined to break down barriers to opportunity for disabled people. That's why we are committed to the social model of disability and the principles of co-production and independent living. We will honour our commitments to the UN Convention for the Rights of Disabled People. We'll bring in mandatory disability pay gap reporting for big businesses. We'll reform access to work and act to make it simpler to secure reasonable adjustments. Conference, we must act to undo the damage of the last 13 years, to break down barriers to opportunity, to root out inequality wherever we see it, to build a better, fairer Britain. The British people have had enough of the Conservatives and they're looking to Labour to give them hope. It's our job to convince people that a vote for Labour will deliver the change they're crying out for. And the British people are listening. As Labour Party Chair, I can only rejoice in the many excellent election results we've seen since we met last year. As David said, we won the local elections with our best results since 1997, gaining 500 councillors and 22 councils. That's worth fighting for, isn't it? We're now the largest party in local government and gaining ground in the areas we need to win at the next general election. Then, of course, there are the by-elections. We won in City of Chester. We won in Stretford and Urmston. We won West Lancashire. And, of course, we won for the first time ever in Selby and Ainsty, with the largest majority ever reversed in a by-election. And for the first time, of course, on Thursday, we took a seat from the SNP at a Westminster by-election. Well, as Labour Party Chair, I want to congratulate our newest MP as well, Michael Shanks. And you know, while the SNP yet again took the low road, we took the high road and we won. Friends, in Scotland, Labour's gone home. Labour winning the local elections. Labour winning Tory seats for the first time. Labour winning in Scotland again. How good does that sound? It's clear our country is desperate for change. But that alone will not win us the next general election. Yes, Labour is a party transformed under Keir Starmer's leadership, back in the service of working people. But there's no room for complacency, no resting on our laurels, no time to waste to answer the question, if not the Conservatives, then why Labour? That's why the overriding priority for this year's National Policy Forum was to develop a policy programme that serves the British people. The final report of the MPF shows that we have delivered upon that with a serious, credible and ambitious policy programme to deliver real change, all built on the rock of economic stability and our plan for growth. It's the culmination of 3.5 years of hard work, 28 formal policy consultations, over 5,000 written responses, policy seminars with hundreds of party members, 3 annual reports to conference, and our Stronger Together policy review. Every spending commitment within the NPF final report is fully funded. 4 years after the Labour Party's worst defeat in 8 decades, the final report of the NPF shows we're united and ready to get to work for the British people. That's why I'm delighted to present this report to annual conference and want to call upon every delegate to vote for it, because only Labour can give Britain its hope, optimism and its future back. The MPF report shows how. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annalisa. Thank you for all the hard work that you put in. Now, conference, in previous years in this lot, we've taken motions from Women's Conference. This year, they're actually heard in the policy debates, which will be taking place later in the week. So just consult the CAC reports for details of those. So I'm now opening the floor for a debate on the NPF report. Can I see anyone who would like to make a contribution? And the delegate there with the red trousers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. Mick Whelan, General Secretary of ASLEF, also Vice Chair of the MPF, proud to second the MPF report. Apparently there was a little meeting in Manchester last week. You could have held it in a telephone box. Nothing, the breadth and strength of this came out of that meeting. What you saw was the politics of spite, the politics of envy, 13 years of mismanagement of the economy, economic illiteracy. We've seen a winter of discontent. We've seen a summer of discontent. We've seen another winter of discontent. We see policies directed against families, against aspiration, against growth, against the future of this country. What we have here is a very brave undertaking. We know what we're going to inherit. We know what's going to be left, and we know what we have to do. But despite that, we cost this, we price this, and we say this is going to be our baseline. Let's not forget that previous Labour governments, no matter what was in the manifesto, went over and beyond when they were in power and knew what they could do. This is the least we're going to do, and we will hold this party to account to make sure that we do it. When the only solution of the Tories is to indenture people through minimum service levels, rather than talk to people, rather than deal with their concerns, we have a party that wants to be forward-looking. The value of wages has decreased since 2010. We are the first generation that's going to leave our children and our grandchildren worse off. Mortality rates are increasing in the 6th richest country in the world. You don't need me to tell you these things. I also want to thank somebody. The one person that wasn't thanked was Annalisa herself and the team for the wonderful work they've done. Thank you. And I want to thank all of those MPF, CLP delegates and all those from the trade unions who argued their corner and fought for their space in this document. But we are greedy, and when we get into power, we will want more. This is the start, this is the future. Please support the report.
Next delegate.
Conference friends, Rory Palmer, proud to be a Labour and cooperative candidate for Police and Crime Commissioner in Leicester, Leicestershire and Rutland. Conference, the Tories cut over 500 police officers from the streets of Leicestershire and Rutland. Every week on the doorsteps, people tell me they are worried about crime and antisocial behaviour and angry about Tory cuts and Tory chaos. That antisocial behaviour makes people's lives a misery in their own homes and communities. It's completely unacceptable. Conference, it's our mission to rebuild neighbourhood policing and make our streets safer. Conference, this National Policy Forum report includes our plan for safe streets and stronger policing. 13,000 more police officers and PCSOs, a plan to tackle antisocial behaviour, to prioritise ending violence against women and girls, to rebuild neighbourhood policing across Leicestershire and across the country. Conference, Labour is the party of law and order. Conference, this National Policy Forum report is the vision and the detail we need to change our country. Conference, our plan to get Britain its future back. Conference, I urge delegates to endorse this report and to do so with all that vigour and energy and determination we need to win that Labour government and change our country.
Chair, Conference, Barbara Plant, GMB President, speaking in support of the report. I want to start by thanking Annalise for all her work to steer the NPF process to its final stage. I want to also pay tribute to GMB's delegation and also to Mick Whelan, Maria Excel, Helen and Robbie at Tulo for all their work to make this document as strong as it can be. Conference, this report has Labour's New Deal for working people at its heart. And wasn't it brilliant to see Labour winning in Rutherglen by campaigning for that New Deal? Of course, no single report is going to contain everything we want, but just look at its commitments that will make work better for GMB's members. A right for unions to access workplaces and organise. Justice for the camel-led strikers, our GMB members here in Liverpool who are still fighting for answers 40 years on. Disability and ethnicity pay gap reporting. Modern protections against blacklisting surveillance at work. Better union recognition and redundancy rights. Better support for terminally ill workers. Electronic balloting. Enhanced redress when women are denied equal pay. Standing up for UK manufacturing in our shipyards, through our public contracts and at trade talks. Workers around the table at the Council for Economic Growth. And Conference, new national bargaining for 2.3 million low-paid workers in schools and social care. I was one of the original trade union representatives on the school support staff negotiating body until Michael Gove scrapped it. And that was an act of industrial vandalism. And I am so proud that GMB's amendment was accepted and Labour will reinstate it. We must see these policies through. Conference, the NPF is the foundation for a manifesto that has workers' rights at its core. Please back the New Deal and vote in favour of the report. Thank you.
Conference, ordinarily I would take another round of speakers, but we are running very, very behind, and I do need to make sure you get some lunch as well. There will be lots of opportunities in the coming days for people to speak in the policy debate, so I'd encourage you to attend those. We are now going to break for lunch. We will see you back in the hall at 2 p.m, and please don't forget to vote in the priorities ballot if you have not already done so. Thank you very much, Conference.
not standards, not our standing in the world. They haven't made things better, Conference. They have taken the country backwards. And now their plan is to admit all this, to say, in effect, the Conservatives have messed up the country, and then to pretend that the answer is 5 more years of the Conservatives. The Tories have failed, so give us a 5th term. That's their call to the nation. And the big claim is that they are now a force for change. But cancelling stuff isn't change. It's just cancelling stuff. That's not change. And for far too long now, the running of the country has been dominated by the internal politics of the Conservative Party. 5 Prime Ministers in 7 years, 7 different Chancellors, decisions made to appease backbenchers rather than to serve the public, putting the Conservative Party first, not the country first, every time. There's a real cost to this chaos, and it's paid by the British people every day. And the Prime Minister is not the antidote to the chaos, he's a product of the chaos. He's only there because of it. The country didn't elect him. The Tory party didn't even elect him. And he had a choice when he became leader, to change his party or to follow it. And he chose to follow it. If you can't even change your own party, can't face down the contest that has already started, then how can you change the country? Conference, Britain won't fall for the Tories' Year Zero trick again. They can't keep shedding their skin and pretending to be something different. The Tories are not the change that the country needs. It is change from the Tories that the country needs. And our job is to win the people's trust to make sure that change happens. We know the size of the task. We know this will be a tough, hard fight. That's why Keir has changed our party, and he's done it with your support and your backing. And now he is ready to change the country. And every day that we are talking about growing the economy with good jobs in every part of the country is a day that we are focused on the cost of living crisis and making people better off. Every day that we're talking about renewing the NHS is a day that we're focused on cutting waiting lists and getting the health service back on its feet. Every day that we are talking about fighting crime and antisocial behaviour is a day that we show that we understand that true freedom only comes alongside safety and security in our communities. And every day that we're talking about the best opportunities for all school children is a day that we're saying that for us, aspiration is for everyone. But the thing is, it's not just about talking, it's about the power to do. So turn the page, begin the renewal, start to rebuild Britain. That's what we're about this week. Winning from opposition is not an easy task. So what do we learn from our past moments of victory? Look out beyond our own ranks. Reach out to those who haven't always agreed with us, who've been voting for different parties in recent years. Combine the promise of the hope that inspires us with the discipline of the tough decisions that is our inescapable responsibility. And above all, Conference, look to the future, fight for a better tomorrow, not a better yesterday. That's the responsibility of all of us in this hall, all of us in this party. So let's get Britain's future back. Say loudly and clearly that after 13 long years, we are the change. Labour is the change, not a party of protest, but a party of government once again. That's our task, Conference, and that's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Pat, for that, and thank you to everyone here I know who has been out campaigning already, and we look very much forward to seeing you all on the doorsteps in the by-elections coming up. The NEC have been out, and we will see you again because we will be out door knocking with you, and we look forward to meeting you all. So we're now going to move on to a panel discussion on the election. For that, I'm going to hand over to my fellow NEC member and our Deputy Campaign Coordinator, Ellie Reeves. But first, we're going to play you a short film.
Thank you, Conference. I'm Ellie Reeves and I'm delighted to be Labour's Deputy National Campaign Coordinator. And joining me on the stage is a fantastic group of panellists. Jackie Bailey, fresh from our brilliant result in the Rutherglen and Hamilton West by-election. Jackie's the Deputy Leader of Scottish Labour. She really needs no introduction, but she's represented the Dumbarton constituency in the Scottish Parliament since 1999, when the Parliament was first created. Tracy Brabin, again, needing no introduction, but Tracy was elected the first Mayor of West Yorkshire in May 2021, and the first female Metro Mayor, and hopefully not the last. Prior to this, Tracy was the Member of Parliament for Batley and Spen. And Keir Mather, elected to represent Selby and Anstey on the 20th of July. That brilliant by-election victory. The largest majority ever overturned by Labour in a by-election, and the largest swing for Labour since 1994. It's brilliant to have you here, Keir. And Serena Brackenridge, a fantastic prospective parliamentary candidate for Wolverhampton North East, working tirelessly for us in that seat. She's also a deputy head teacher and served as mayoress as Wolverhampton. Welcome, Serena. So to kick us off, I'll ask Jackie, fresh from that brilliant Rutherglen by-election, to share her thoughts for a couple of minutes.
Well, I really only have 6 words to say to you. Rutherglen and Hamilton West, Labour gain. It is true that I go to sleep at night smiling these days. I wake up in the morning smiling, and I'm assuming that I've done that in between as well. The significance of the result in Rutherglen and Hamilton West is down very much to the amazing candidate we had in Michael Shanks, and I'm so pleased to be able to call him an MP, but also down to the amazing team that was both in Scotland but drawn from across the country, all of you coming as MPs, as activists, coming to help us, and Keir as well came, this Keir, as well as the other Keir, came up to help as well. But let me share with you just how seismic this result is. And it's a word that people tend to bandy about, but this time with good reason. We achieved 58% of a Labour vote. Now, I didn't think I would see that. It is frankly astonishing. Our majority was 9,446, and that's more than the SNP polled, and they came second. But in addition to that, we achieved a seismic 20.4% swing right the way across the constituency. We were gaining votes across the board, from former SNP voters to Tory voters to Lib Dem voters. Conference, let me say to you, they are all Labour voters now. But the one thing I would also say is that this result is so significant because what it demonstrates is that Labour is back in Scotland. We started this project 2 years ago when we elected Anas Sarwar as our leader. We were 14% in the polls. We are now more than double that. And as I wake up this morning to a certain newspaper, I am told that because of their polling, Anas Sarwar is on course to be Scotland's next First Minister, and I have no doubt that Keir Starmer is on course to be the UK's newest Labour Prime Minister.
Thank you, Jackie. Keir, over to you to share your thoughts for a couple of minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And welcome to what is going to be an amazing discussion. I'm extremely excited. I think the main thing that I would like to say about the victory in Selby and Ainsty is just how it speaks to the strength of our movement and the way that Keir Starmer and the Shadow Cabinet have transformed our party, made it look to the future, be relevant in the public's eyes and speak to their lived concerns. The relief on so many people's faces on doorsteps in Selby and Ainsty was palpable when we were able to put forward a vision that was progressive, that was transformative, but was fundamentally rooted in their lived experience and their vision of how Britain can be a more successful nation on the world stage and how they can live better lives as a result. And I think we also do need to think about the enormity of what happened in Selby and Ainsty, overturning the largest numerical majority for Labour in a by-election since the Second World War, the largest swing since 1994. And that's in a constituency which has never been Labour under the present boundaries. And when in previous elections, all the ballot boxes from all the wards that came in were blue, we've transformed the expectation of where Labour can win in England. And I think it speaks very, very well for what we need to do at the next general election. But I think as well as analysing ourselves as a party and where we've got to and these fantastic results that we've seen, I think we also need to look last week at the absolute debacle of Conservative Party conference, because I think we saw a lot of that kind of post-truth politics, that politics that is low on ambition, high on cynicism. We started to see that in the Selby and Ainsty by-election from the Conservative campaign. And I think it really speaks to what David Evans said in his speech, where we need to be disciplined, we need to take nothing for granted, but we need to offer that pragmatic vision, that hope and that ambition to counter against the Tories' desire to kind of drag us into the mire during the next election. We know we have the answers, we're confident as a party, we're aspirational, and we know that the British public want us to offer that hope and that vision. It's just a case of us going out there and making that argument. And if we can do it in Selby and Ainsty, we can do it across the north of England, we can do it in Scotland and across the whole of the UK. And I'm feeling extremely excited as I begin my new role in Parliament.
Thanks, Keir. It's fantastic to have you in Parliament. Tracy, over to you next.
Yeah, well, firstly, none of us could be here without you, all of you, the work that you put in, as strangers often, to get people like myself elected. And I have been a member of Parliament, so I've had experience in a by-election, snap general election, council elections, but nothing prepares you for a mayoral, because it's absolutely massive. And in West Yorkshire, we have a population of 2.4 million people, 5 huge local authorities, one of the biggest manufacturing jobs in the north. It is absolutely massive, and you don't have a CLP. So after my lovely Batley and Spen, I'm like, oh my God, I don't have a CLP. And also, when I was elected, we'd not had a mayor before. So it was also brand new, so people didn't even know what a mayor was. And also, on top of that, COVID. So I couldn't even go out and have public meetings. Everything was done on the phone. And honestly, Team TB, Team Mayor, worked tirelessly on the phones. And of course, during COVID, you can't start by saying, hi, how are you thinking about voting in the mayoral elections? It's, how are you? How's your family? And so many of those conversations took half an hour because people needed to talk about what was happening to them. So it was a really odd, tough election, but I am really proud to say we won 60% of the votes, which is not too bad. But what has struck me, being the mayor for the last two years and a bit, is that I think Welsh Labour are sort of leading the charge here, because it's about identity and it's about who we are and how identity... Oh, Welsh Labour over there. Or are you just from Yorkshire and I love you anyway? It's about identity, because I think if you live like the people, you can represent the people. And I don't know about you, but that photo of the Prime Minister who'd just been to Manchester to cut HS2 and then flew back in his private jet. I mean, honestly, it's so frustrating. But I was a commuter on that line, and people could tell me their stories. And being able to be a mayor who lives the life of ordinary people. And, for example, at university, I was sexually assaulted, but as now the Police and Crime Commissioner, I can use that experience to put the safety of women and girls at the heart of everything I do. But that lived experience is your superpower. And so when we're saying, how do we get elected? I would say to every single person in this room, you have every opportunity to be elected. Your life story gives you that opportunity. And certainly hearing Angie's brilliant speech just earlier, her lived experience gives her that authenticity to go to the public and say, I started where you are. I trust you. I believe in you. I want you to have the opportunities I had. And certainly going back to my estate where I grew up, where my mum still lives, I can say to those young people, because you have a Labour mayor, you're going to have greater opportunities. So I do think mayors are the sort of the front forward team to deliver for a Labour government. We are already delivering on those brilliant values of the Labour Party. And we're creating growth, we're creating jobs, investment, buses you'll have seen, Andy Burnham rolling out his buses, Steve Rotherham's just taken the decision, I'll be taking the decision on public control next March. You see Labour mayors already delivering, but we are all Labour family. Councillors, candidates, activists, mayors, MPs, and hopefully then a Labour government.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, Serena.
So from a parliamentary candidate perspective, and I can see many here joining us today, I would say that the to-do list in terms of winning the next general election, that to-do list is enormous. And sometimes it is quite overwhelming as well. There is so much that needs to be done. We have to build a campaign team, set your strategy, resource the campaign, organise events, to visit community groups and businesses. We need to make sure our social media is on point. Then we have dialogue, contact creator, doorstep app, the list is endless. But ultimately, campaigning for a change of government should be hard work, and we must not forget that. We're asking people to trust us, to put their faith in us so we can represent them and lead this nation. We know moving forward, we are facing times when politics is at an ultimate low for so many people out there that they render all politics as toxic due to successive Conservative governments. The key to that is we need to be vocal and we need to be active within our communities, sharing our messages loud and proud, because their fight is our fight. So I do strongly believe that the campaign can be won on the doorstep, and it's vitally important that we value all of our members and supporters, because it is the activists that will deliver our messages. We as MPs, parliamentary candidates, elected mayors, We can't achieve a Labour government by ourselves. We may be the engine room, but it's the members that will give us the horsepower to drive a Labour government into Downing Street. So leaflets, social media, press releases, yes, they are very important, but it's conversations and building those relationships that will make the difference. Because we get it, we know it, we're integral within the community, and we know what needs to change to transform people's lives out there to build just a better, fairer future. Thank you.
Serena. Keir, my first question is to you. Serena talked about the power of our brilliant activists in the Labour Party. What difference do you think it made to your campaign that members travel from around the country to campaign for you?
The contribution of members from across the United Kingdom was inestimable in being able to win in Selby and Ainsty. And I think we need to think about what we're doing as a project because it's such an incredibly special responsibility and task. The Labour Party is an over 100-year radical experiment for sending working people to Parliament to represent our own interests and push for the social change that we deserve. And in those conversations that we have on the doorstep, it is an absolute privilege to be able to look the public in the eye and make the case for those progressive ideals that we know matter so much. And in the Selby and Ainsty by-election, we had people coming from across the length and breadth of the UK, and it is absolutely fundamental for a few key reasons, a few pragmatic ones actually, and this really applies to Tamworth and Mid-Beds, is that you have a core team there who have got their heads down in the campaign and they are working day in, day out incredibly hard. That injection of enthusiasm, of optimism, of energy that activists from across the UK bring when they come and visit, it perks you up, it makes you want to go back out there and have that next conversation with that voter, and it is worth its weight in gold. So I would encourage everybody to get over to those by-elections. But we also can't forget the contribution of trade union colleagues either, who made an absolutely enormous difference in the Selby and Ainsty by-election. And their perspective of having that lens of being able to speak to people's lived priorities, working people's concerns, whether that's insecure work, low pay, being able to go out and have those conversations was absolutely fundamental to our success as well. So I think understanding our own power as activists is absolutely crucial because you could be that difference on that one doorstep. And I had so many doorsteps in Selby and Ainsty where I'd go to the door and they'd say, oh, well, one of your activists called round last week and we had such an interesting discussion and they really got it and they were so polite and kind. That's what makes a difference. You add all that together and you get a winning campaign, and that's exactly what we saw in Selby and Ainsty.
Brilliant, that's fantastic. And Jackie, I mean, I know people were out campaigning in Rutherglen on polling day. There were 700 activists, I think, that were out on the doorstep. Do you agree with Keir? Do you think that made a real difference?
It made a huge difference. And actually, for me, it was the Labour family coming together. It was the constituency activists. It was the elected members. It was the trade unionists. Everybody was working towards one goal. And I have to say, on polling day, the heavens did open, but nobody stopped. They knocked, between us all, 80,000 doors. I have to tell you, there's only 40,000 households there. We knocked doors 2 times, 3 times. If you were unlucky enough to still be undecided in the week before polling day, we knocked your door 5 times in order to get you over the line. And we couldn't do that without all of you and the Labour family working together.
Thanks, Jackie. And I know when I was out in Rutherglen, we had a really warm reception on the doorstep. Serena, it's an exciting time to be a Labour Party candidate. What's the best advice that someone's ever given to you about fighting elections?
Well, I find as a parliamentary candidate, I'm a sponge. I have to absorb as many tips as possible. But there was something that was said to me that was so important that they said it 3 times. Conversations, conversations, and conversations. When I was first elected, the contact rate was just 2% in my constituency. So from December, we have hit those doors, and now I'm really pleased to say it's 42%. Wow. That equates to 20,000 doors and nearly 15,000 conversations, and that's what our residents need. They want to, we can't just rely on the Tory party's incompetence, they have to hear that we're better and we've got the solutions to transform their lives. Thank you.
Thanks, Serena. And Tracy, as Labour's first and only female Metro Mayor, do you have any advice to Serena and other people standing for Parliament?
Well, I don't think you need advice from me. It sounds like you're absolutely smashing it. But just to refer back to what I said, I think your role in education gives you that really authentic voice on hope for our children, and chiming with Labour policy on that class ceiling, I think really does land with people that we all have aspiration for our children and our teenagers, and you can speak with that authentic voice. But I do think, and I really hope as well, that we're going to get the brilliant candidates Kim McGuinness and Claire Ward over the line as well, because we need more women mayors.
Thank you, Tracy, and you're absolutely right about that. Keir, what advice do you have for candidates standing in battleground seats when it comes to fighting an election campaign?
I would certainly say a lot of sleep would be, whatever you can grab would be very, very useful. But I think there's an attitude point to make, and I think that as candidates standing in either in these by-elections or the general election when it comes, you should really feel a sense of confidence and a sense of optimism about what it is we're doing in the project that we're engaged in, because the public feel it too. And when I've gone onto those doorsteps and talked about Labour's plan to deal with mortgage rates, to transform the National Health Service, to fix our broken public transport networks, people look you back in the eye and are thinking, God, they get it. They really are speaking to my priorities, and it is the most rewarding thing in the world. And your agency and your sense of power to get out there and engage with voters and earn the right to their vote is an incredible privilege, but it's also something that I think candidates should use to fire them up every single day, to get out there and, as you say, to have those conversations, because nothing in the Labour Party comes without hard graft. We do have an enormous mountain to climb, and as David Evans said, there can be no complacency as we look forward to the general election, but to do it with a sense of hope, a sense of optimism and ambition for how we can transform our country is what would motivate me every day as the candidate.
And Jackie, you've seen Scottish Labour go through periods of victory and periods of loss. What's it been like, and how do you think things have changed recently?
That's Ellie's very polite way of saying I've been around a long time. I'll own that, okay? I have seen us win, you know, in '97, then in the Scottish Parliament in '99. I've seen the transformational things that a Labour government can do, whether it's introducing the national minimum wage, you know, whether it's lifting 1 million pensioners out of poverty because we introduced pension credit, lifting 1 million children out of poverty because of child tax credits. You know, this is what Labour governments can do. I hate being in opposition. I really do. So the opportunity to win again is something that we collectively need to seize hold of. And I think I have to say in Rutherglen, it has been 2 years in the making. We have transformed the Scottish Labour Party. We are now in a position to offer that change to the country too. And the voters in Rutherglen and Hamilton West heard that message loud and clear. We ran a positive, hopeful campaign that was actually engaged in, you know, a discussion about how we tackle the cost of living crisis, how we actually make work pay with Labour's New Deal for working people, and how we fix the crisis in the NHS that sees 1 in 7 people in Scotland stuck on a waiting list, desperate for operations or diagnostic tests. We need to do better, and the message that actually you've had 16 years of the SNP, 13 years of the Tories, you're being failed by both governments, resonated with people, and we are the change, not the status quo, the change that Scotland wants, and I think the whole of the UK wants too.
Tracy, you talked a bit about this in your opening remarks, but give us some inspiration. Tell us what being a Labour mayor means that you can achieve.
Thank you. Well, I do agree with Jackie. Being in opposition is so rubbish. And I was the MP in opposition. And even if you're on the front bench, sometimes it does feel like you can see what needs to be done. You can see the hardships, and you just don't have your hands on the levers of power, and you don't have the money. Well, as mayor, you have power and money, and it is really a joy to be able to say that in the 2 and a bit years I've been the mayor, we've been able to draw in an additional £2.8 billion worth of investment into West Yorkshire, and that has gone into things like adult education, £65 million in adult education. But because I'm a Labour mayor, I've been able to change the eligibility for free education. So not just the minimum wage, but the real living wage, which means that 2,000 more people get the opportunity to go to college or improve their employability. I've been able to see people who are the furthest away from employment and take a programme that goes into an estate and opens up a community centre and works with people to get them ready to be interviewed. I was about to say auditioned then, I gave it away. My old career, being interviewed to be bus drivers because the bus companies were telling me they couldn't run the buses on time because they didn't have the drivers. So we run a programme to get more bus drivers from those communities. And not only did we get more bus drivers and women drivers, but we kept that community centre open. Men who are furthest away from the job market, maybe they've come out of prison, maybe they've struggled with employment. We know telecommunications, they don't have the skills. We've run a programme, 800 people on a programme of telecoms, 86% have gone straight into work in well-paid skilled jobs. These are tiny, tiny things. But it's been able to have the priorities of Labour, and when it comes to mass transit, which is driven by the Labour mayor and our team to make sure we have better connections, whether that's taking buses back into public control, the mayor's fares, £2 fare. Can I say, I was the first in the country to do the £2 fare. The government was saying, how do you do it? So anyway, just take that credit. But the investment in businesses, the investment in our communities, and to take our Labour values and to deliver on the ground, and of course work with Labour mayors across the whole of the North so we can have that voice of Labour for the North to make sure that we hold this government to account while we wait for a Labour government.
Thanks, Tracy. I'm going to ask the panel to wrap up in a moment, but I certainly think that has been incredibly inspiring. I just want to thank all of the activists who have got out on the doorstep, campaigning in the by-elections, campaigning in our target seats. It makes such a difference, as you've heard from the panel today. We are running phone banks at conference, so please sign up for one. Please get to Tamworth or Mid-Beds if you can, because you've seen what a difference it really makes. So final word to our fantastic panellists. Just look, in 30 seconds, what would you say to inspire the audience to get out there and help us win at the next election? Keir?
Well, I'm the first MP to have been born after New Labour took power in 1997, so I think I have an interesting perspective on this. You know, I was a child of a Labour government, and that meant that I got to go to a school that had great class sizes. When I was ill, I went to a well-funded NHS. My parents were both public sector workers, but they had the space to make sure that I had a rich and fulfilled upbringing. Think about all of the people who are, you know, just starting out their lives in Selby and Ainsty at the moment, who now have a Labour MP on their side. And imagine the power that a transformative Labour government can have to improve their life chances in the future, to offer them opportunity, better jobs, an NHS that works for them, and a fantastic world-class education. This is within our grasp if we all kind of realise the power of our movement, the power of us as activists, and we go out there and we work hard and we deliver that Labour victory. And I'm so excited to do it alongside all of you.
Tracy, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Change is coming, and you are the change. And I cannot wait to see you on those doorsteps, because this is going to be the most exciting decade of our lives.
Thank you. Serena.
We know that we'll be fighting a Tory party campaigning on deflection, distraction and division. It is down to us to neutralise that toxicity. We need to do that by being out there, building those relationships and bringing home a Labour government.
And the final word goes to Jackie.
Who would have thought I would be sitting up here saying to you that there was a 20.4% swing to Labour and a Labour gain in Scotland? That seat, we're not going to stop there. That seat is an indication of what we can do in Scotland to build a majority for a UK-wide Labour government, but we don't do it alone. We do it as the Labour family. We knock every door, we have those conversations, and we smash it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been fantastic to have you all on the panel today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody, and thank you to Ellie and the panel. Hopefully that gave lots of people lots of ideas and inspiration for the months ahead. Particularly fantastic to see one of our by-election winners on the panel. There were lots of eager-looking parliamentary candidates in the audience for that, so I hope they've all gone away, rushed off to canvass based on what they've just heard. I'm sure they have. So we are now moving on from general election to our next section, which is the constitutional amendments. Just for clarity, amendments submitted by CLPs are not being debated this year, they are being tabled next year. This was due to a rule change that was passed at conference last year, so I hope that is clear. So the constitutional amendments we're having are the ones submitted by the National Executive Committee. So we're going to move to the NEC's constitutional amendments, and to introduce them, I'm going to invite the chair of the NEC's Organisation Committee, the one and only Wendy Nichols.
I haven't said anything yet. Thank you, James. Conference, Wendy Nichols, Chair of the NEC's Organisational Subcommittee, moving the NEC's constitutional amendments. And today we will be debating a range of rule changes proposed by the NEC. In line with precedent established by previous conferences and in order to assist with this administration of card votes, the NEC has agreed to group packages of its proposed constitutional amendments. Each of these groups will be subject to an individual card vote. And obviously, Conference, the NEC recommends to you to vote for all of the following NEC rule changes. So this will be card vote 2, and it's the disciplinary process. This group of constitutional amendments make a number of changes and updates to the language in parts of the rule book that govern the parties' disciplinary processes. It contains an amendment to clarify supporting the campaign of independent candidates who stand or declare that they will stand against us, that they will not be able and not compatible to have membership of the Labour Party, as well as amendments to remove the provision for CLPs to conduct disciplinary investigations, improving constituency and fairness in our disciplinary processes. This group also makes a number of administrative changes to standardise language in chapters 2 and 6 of the rule book. Card vote 3, annual conference. The amendments in this group will restore the concept of contemporary motions at annual conferences, and a number of us will remember the contemporary, it could be controversial, amendment, contemporary motions at annual conference, in order to ensure that the resolutions debated by conference are contemporary and do not overlap with the work of the National Policy Forum. Card vote 4. Getting our CLP's election ready. This group of constitutional amendments proposes a number of changes to the way CLPs are organised and conduct their business, which are intended to ensure an outward voter-facing focus in our local parties ahead of the general election. And conference, do we need to win that next general election? We certainly do. And to promote streamlined decision-making to support that aim. The amendments will make delegate structures the default way of organising. Our CLPs create an enhanced vice-chair, campaigns and membership officer role, and reduce the voting members of an executive committee to 6 as the standard, in order to ensure effective and swift decision-making. The NEC has also made proposals to promote greater diversity in officer roles in CLPs and make them more representative, with amendments that guarantee black and minority ethnic representation in voting membership of the executive committees, empower our equalities branches by providing a direct path to functional officer roles within the CLP for the secretaries of those branches, and to ensure that the trade union liaison officer, who has to be, which is not the case now, from an affiliated trade union, and those affiliated trade union delegates will be the ones that vote for that trade union liaison officer. Card vote 5, National Women's Committee. This amendment introduces a by-election procedure to fill vacancies. Currently, we don't have one, other than we have to go out again and ask for nominations, and we have to elect. This is bringing this into line with what happens with the NEC. So if you've got 6 people represented, someone stands down, we move then to the person that was 7th in the initial election. So that would make filling those vacancies much quicker than it is now. So conference, I move those amendments and ask you to vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. We'll now move on to taking speakers on this. Just before I take them, I want to just go through the process as we're on the first day, which I hope will help for everybody. I'm going to be calling speakers in groups of 4. You can speak for up to 2 minutes, and the screens by the lectern will show you what time you have left. And this time we will enforce. We have a limited amount of time because people obviously want to get to compositing, so please do stick to the time. If you're called up to speak, please remember to register at the desk before coming on the stage, and the desk is over to the right-hand side of the stage, to my right-hand side there, so please let them scan your pass so we know who is speaking. It would also be extremely helpful if you could clearly state which constitutional amendment you are speaking about, because obviously there are a number, and that will make it easier for everyone listening. Just as Harry Donaldson from Conference Arrangements Committee said this morning, please remain in your seat when we are calling speakers. It makes it easier for us to see people. And if you wish to speak, please just raise your hand. If people are waving umbrellas and inflatable things, we won't call you. We've had that in previous years. There are accessibility stewards around the conference floor. I think you probably see them. They're wearing pink T-shirts and they have a blue sash, a bit like they're in a pageant, so they should be nice and easy to spot. And if you're unable to handle need some assistance, please let an accessibility steward know. So we will start by taking first round of speakers. See if I could see hands. We will try and spread it around if I can see, because the lights are still bright from up there. So I can see somebody in the middle at the back in what I think is a white jacket. I can see, yeah, blue, yes, you pointing at the top of your head, that's very helpful. I can see one of the accessibility stewards there, yep. Yes, got it. And I haven't done one over this side. And I can see a sort of rolled piece of paper, I think. So if we take those 4 to start with, you can just have a scan at the desk first, and then I should also say, if you're coming up to the platform, there are steps in the middle, and the ramp is on the left-hand side. The right-hand side has no access, so unless you're from Labour Friends of Mountaineering, please don't try and get up that way. Thank you, Delegate. You've got 2 minutes.
Please tell me when the 2 minutes start. Thank you. Okay, I'm speaking in card vote 4. Susan Matthews, speaking on behalf of Unite the Union, and opposing constitutional group getting our CLP election ready. At Labour Party conference in 2018, I spoke in support of the additional equality officers in CLP, being created and having a voice and vote to make sure and ensure our CLP are properly representative of local community. We want to mobilize in campaign, including the general election. This group contains amendment abolishing those equality voice to become the voiceless. Again, being a unite and at the back, I just wanted to demonstrate and say that we have to speak on this because equality, as we say on the tin in Unite, is what we believe in and what we fight for. If anything, we are back at the back, which you can't really see Unite, it demonstrates our strength as Unite the Union. At the time of racism, rising and increase and discrimination in our society today, just demonstrating in terms of the Windrush 75 generation, the question I wanted to ask the top table and everyone, why is it the party seeking to turn back the clock on equality representation in our CLP? Why does the party think that when we are making the cases for equality rep to be recognized and equality rep to be acknowledged as statutory right as equality rep in the workplace, to have this, why are we undermining the equality position in our CLP? The next question I want to ask is this. If the issue of CLP have struggled to fill those positions, why hasn't the party did anything to support these CLP and organize, as you do organize well, including the diversity in the local community to ensure that they are represented in the local structure? I'm coming, just give me a minute.
I'm sorry, Delegate, you are well over time now.
Reasonable adjustment, please, I need. Why is it get rid of equality voice that would represent our wider community and society and seeing part of our CLP getting election ready when it's opposed direction?
I do need you to wind up, Delegate. You're over time.
I urge you, as a grouping, to vote against this and let our voice of the equality remain the voice.
You might want to take the next round after he's spoken.
Conference, my name is Peter Swallow. I'm the chair of Ealing Central and Acton, and I'm proud to speak in favour of the constitutional amendment to get our CLP's election ready. Conference, we stand on the precipice of a general election which will decide the future of our great country. Will we have well-funded public services or crumbling schools and a broken NHS? A new deal for working people, or yet more attacks on our union rights? Good green growth or endless Tory cost of living crisis? The next election is where we fight to get Britain's future back. But to win that election, every CLP up and down the country will need to campaign like never before. They will need to run like well-oiled machines. Right now, too many CLPs are over-encumbered or have half-empty executive committees. I'm proud to chair a CLP with almost 1,500 Labour members, but even we can't fill our executive committee. Is that democracy? Running elections with one candidate because they are so oversized. Expanding the vice chair role to lead on campaigns will help parties focus on what must be our top priority, winning the next general election. A more central role for the Chulo officer will create deeper ties to our sisters and brothers in the trade union movement. Conference, this isn't factional, it's functional. Let's back this measure and let's ready ourselves for the general election to come. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, delegates. You can go up. I'm just going to hold you. I'm just going to take the next four so we've got them lined up ready when you finish. So can I see hands again if I can see? Yeah, someone waving at the back there in blue. I can see a stripy top there. Yes, yes. You're pointing at yourself. Haven't got it over this side. I can see an accessibility steward's hand on the far side. Yep, by the shutter. And someone in the middle. Yes. Yep. Okay, and if you could make your way to the desk and be scanned, and delegate, you're free to start. Thanks for your patience.
Steve Wright from the Fire Brigade Union, speaking in opposition to the Chapter 2 rule change. Now, this rule change put forward by the NEC seeks to expand its powers to define supporting a campaign or a candidate. And let's be clear, we know exactly why they are trying to do this. We know the NEC has a history of misusing such powers. Now looking at redefining what support is, and we know how they have tried to retrospectively target and witch hunt many members. Some in our movement sadly want to carry out these witch hunts and look back retrospectively at tweets that were made a decade ago. To those, I have a message. Get a grip. Let's not allow vague definitions and retrospective applications to be used as tools to silent dissent and exclude members who have dedicated their time and their lives and energy to our cause. Let's instead prioritise unity. Instead of divisive purges, let's focus on party unity for an upcoming general election. Oppose these changes. We must preserve the democratic values that our party was built upon.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Sorry. Thank you, Conference. James Driver, Elmet and Rothwell CLP. I rise to speak against the amendment to Chapter 7, Subclause A. I believe this is incredibly short-sighted on two main counts. The implications of removing minorities' voting rights on execs remove the standards of inclusion at the highest level. I also believe it calls into question true equality between executive officers when deciding to demote these positions to lower functional rankings, which implies these positions are less important. I simply do not believe this is true to the Labour Party's most central values, and I urge comrades to vote against it.
Thank you, Delegate. Oh. Just get one of the accessibility stewards to assist. If you could, Delegate, if you just hold on for a second while. Are we okay? Okay, you have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Mary Wimbury, delegate from Clwyd West in North Wales, speaking in favour of getting our constituencies election ready. Conference, we have one role this week, to be laser focused on our historic mission as a party to win power and change our country for the better. To do that, we need a party structure that works for all our constituencies right across the country, not just the large membership urban CLPs where we already hold seats. In my current constituency, it takes 40 minutes to drive from the town on one side of the constituency to the town on the other. And with Tory gerrymandering, we're getting fewer seats in Wales and thus even larger constituencies. We don't want or need to take up so many people's time as officers travelling to meetings. It's better used campaigning in our local communities to win power and get us into government in Westminster. And people vote with their feet. I've sat in too many annual general meetings where we look around the room to find anyone who isn't already an officer and is willing to be one. We need a streamlined structure that works for us, allows us to take decisions easily, and gives us the flexibility to add functional officers that make the best use of our talents and our diversity in individual CLPs. We need to be a lean, keen campaigning machine to win our seat. There is real enthusiasm in rural areas to win. At lunchtime, I was at a standing-only fringe organised by Labour Coast and Country and the Co-op Party about winning in rural areas. Let us organise in a way that works for us. Give us the tools to win. Vote for the constitutional amendments. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Conference, my name is Rachel Taylor. I'm a delegate, first time from North Warwickshire CLP, another rural constituency. We're a small rural constituency near Tamworth, where many of our members have been out campaigning tirelessly to elect Sarah Edwards as our next MP. Conference, we struggle to get quorate CLP meetings, let alone electing 14 positions. We cannot even find a venue within our constituency where everyone can get there on public transport. Our CLPs are the foundations upon which we build a Labour movement and a Labour government. I'm an out lesbian. I joined the Labour Party in 1987 to fight for our rights. I don't want to be an LGBT officer in my constituency, on top of taking on other positions and other roles, including being a local councillor. I want members to support me when I'm out on the streets campaigning for a Labour government, whatever position I take on the EC. Our CLPs need to be out on our streets, campaigning on our local forums, on social media channels, putting our ideas forward. Conference, we need more members. Yes, young members, women, disabled members and LGBT members and BAME members. And we all need to support them, not just force them into positions that they don't want to take. They want the top positions. We want the top positions. We don't want token support. Delegates, I ask you to support these changes so that our CLPs, from the largest down to the smallest, can focus on building for a Labour government our country so desperately needs, so that we can ensure the rights of all of us, all of us. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Conference. My name is Tommy Edwin Kirkwood and I'm from Blackpool South. Apologies if I do stutter or mess up my words a bit. I am dyslexic and do struggle sometimes with crowded spaces. So I'm standing up and speaking against getting our CLPs election ready. Not because I don't think we should be election ready, but because the Labour Party is there to support those little people, those people who don't have a voice anywhere else in this country, and those people who need those places so that they can have a voice. I'm also voting against this because I'm a Vice Chair of Membership of Blackpool South CLP, and I already do a hell of a lot by sending emails out to people, by making sure members feel welcome to the meetings and a lot more, and by taking on campaigns. I feel like with my work as well, I would struggle to do that and not be able to give it my best. I also am voting against it because of the blatant disregard for equalities within this. We need to be supporting the people who are disabled, who are LGBTQ, who are anything else, and we need to make sure that they have a voice in our party. In Blackpool, I've been hearing that we're having struggles to fill some of them. In Blackpool, we've got 350 members. We've not got a lot compared to the rest of the country, but we still try our best to get them because we think that people deserve a voice in this society, and disabled and LGBT and young people like myself need to be listened to. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Dan. Here we go. Do we have there you are. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Birgit Miller, Hove and Portslade CLP, and newly elected councillor, Brighton and Hove, and a proud member of the MU. I would like to urge you to vote in favour of this. I am a neurodiverse person, and I do believe in equality as representation, but I feel we need that representation within the leadership roles. That's what we should be doing. It doesn't help to have a disabilities officer who struggles to make meetings. It doesn't help to be a token person. I want people with disabilities, people who are LGBTQ+, people who are BAME. I want them in the centre, and I want them in those 6 important roles, because also we spend a lot of time as a party looking inwards, having meetings. Sometimes it feels like for the sake of having meetings. We need to be campaigning, we need to be canvassing, we need to be engaging with members. That's how we win elections. And that's what the Labour Party is for. We need to win the next election. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, conference. Unfortunately, we are running over time, so I'm not going to take any more speakers. What I'm going to do is move to the summary, but we have, I think, a very balanced debate, and thank you to everyone who's spoken for sticking very well to time, which has allowed us to get more people in. It is really appreciated. So I'm going to go to the response to who is from the National NEC Local Government Representative, Councillor Nessel Kasilikan, who will speak now. Ness.
Thank you very much, Chair and Conference, and thank you to all the speakers. I think some really important points have been made. I think there are 3 points I just want to emphasise on behalf of the NEC, that this is a really, really important year. We need to be election ready, and an operational focus, which means a swift, agile, decision-making ECs will be critical across the country. It's really important this year, and the truth of the matter is very big CLPs, very big ECs rather, are just not practical. These proposals are about functionality and reflect the NEC's commitment to make sure every aspect of our party machine is election ready. Secondly, I take this opportunity to clarify a few points. The proposed amendments from the NEC don't abolish the equalities roles at the CLP. CLPs can still choose to have those roles, but the 6 voting ones will be focused on day-to-day operational decisions so we can be election ready. Specifically to the point on the BAME officer role, if the proposals, if the 6 do not reflect BAME representation, the CLP can have a 7th voting role as part of their EC. And finally, conference, elections are not won with large committees sat in CLP halls. We all know that. Spending time talking to each other and managing the speakers at an EC meeting. Elections are won on the doorstep and speaking to the public. A party obsessed with process in our own party is not speaking to the public. And this is a year where we cannot make that mistake. Thank you very much, conference.
Okay, thank you, conference. Right, we are moving on to the contemporary issues ballot. I will ask the Chief Scrutineer, Sean Woodcock, to present the results of the ballot. Do we have the Chief Scrutineer?
If not, we can move to the votes and then come back.
I'll give him a sec in case he's running back from the loo or something. Okay, we are missing the chief scrutiny at the moment. We will move on and circle back round to that in a moment. Which one are we going to
jump to the votes?
This one, yeah. Okay, we will move to votes instead. Then we'll come back to the contemporary issues ballot in a moment. So we'll take the votes for. It's no good yelling from the back. I really can't hear you. We will. Well, no, I'm not taking shouting out from the floor. We are now moving on to the votes from today's business. We'll come back to the contemporary issues ballot once the chief scrutineer is here. We'll come back to that in a moment. We'll just keep moving so we can move the agenda on, or otherwise we won't get finished. So we will take the votes for today's business, which is the MPF report and the NEC constitutional amendments. In line with our rules, all of these votes will be by card votes. The NPF report is card vote number 1. And the constitutional amendments are card votes numbers 2 through to number 5. So I'll just say that again. So MPF report is card vote number 1. Constitutional amendments are card votes 2 through to 5. Just checking it's there, because like I say, all votes are detailed in the CAC report and are on the screen behind me. And they seem to be on the screen behind me, which is always helpful. Tellers will bring the ballot boxes round, and please put all your votes in at the same time. And if I could ask people to stay seated during this, because it is much easier for the tellers with the ballot boxes to get round everyone.
Tellers, yes.
No, I can see one over there.
Oh, that's reassuring.
And there's one there.
Marvellous. I should never have doubted them.
So if you need any guidance while the tellers are coming round, the details are on the screen. No idea why that bloke keeps shouting. No, we can't hear him. I think it's on the race. And why does confetti keep falling from the ceiling? Yeah, it's been going on all day.
Somebody got married or something. Mm? Confetti marriage. Wedding.
How long does this take? Have we got the chief scrutineer? Is he really slightly embarrassed?
Not yet. I think Teddy went to find him.
I think they have put the lights down.
It's so hard. It's so bright. It's difficult to tell, isn't it?
I think.
Is the chat?
No, I was typing messages in, and then they just disappearing rather than actually sending.
Sean Woodcock is near me on Boundary. I won't make any comments on Sean Woodcock.
Yeah, I think if we don't have the chief scrutineer, we probably just need to jump to telling them what won, where the composite meetings are, and say we'll get the detailed breakdowns to them by email as soon as we can. These ones.
Right. Just read them out and say that the chief scrutineer will be retrieved from.
Yeah. I think Teddy went looking for him. Do you want to maybe ask people to wave if they've not yet voted so we can get a sense of how we're doing?
Okay. I don't have got microphones. I have, okay. Can you wave if you've not had your ballot collect? Oh, there's still, well, yes, there's lots of people waving. Okay, that gives me a clue. I wasn't sure how far we'd got, but okay, that's fine. We'll keep going. Not far, okay. Like I say, if people could stay seated if possible whilst the tellers are going round, it will make it easier for them to get round, but I can see, because I see there's a lot of people still to hand their ballots in the middle. Thank you for your patience. This is a slow but important process.
where the rooms are, just read them out and say you'll get the results in full, and they'll be published in.
Can I get another wave if you're still waiting to hand your ballot in? So I see a lot of GMB hands, and sort of down by Social Societies in Yorkshire, I think. But I can see a ballot box heading your way.
What we've done in previous years is just asked a couple of the tellers to wait at the doors, so if all else fails, people can vote on their waves.
Okay, those still waiting. Can you give me another wave so I can... Oh, I didn't see many hands that time. Does that mean everyone's voted? I think they see a couple down the front here. The GMB look happy, so I think they voted. Yes, I can see thumbs up. Okay, one more quick check. Has anybody still got a ballot paper to hand in? Wave your... and a teller will come to you. I think there's only just a couple, but if a couple of the tellers could go by the exits just in case anyone does get missed, and then... I will just check. Do we have the Chief Scrutiny? Ah, I can see him. Okay, conference, we will move back round to the contemporary issues ballot. If we could just, if everyone could just sort of take a seat and just lower the noise, and we will get the results in. Sean, can I ask you to up to the stage to read out? Okay, thank you, conference. We'll get the results of the contemporary issues ballot.
Chair.
Okay, just... I'm off. Conference, can I just have everyone to sit down and just listen to the results, because it will include information on where you need to go for compositing, so there is some detail in this you will want to hear. So if everyone could just settle down and just and sit down, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Sean.
Thank you. Chair, conference, Sean Woodcock, Chief Scrutineer. I will now give the result of the priorities ballot, which determines the motions that will be debated at this year's conference. The ballot was divided into two sections, one section for CLPs and one section for affiliated organisations. The National Executive Committee has agreed that the 6 priority subjects achieving the greatest percentage of votes cast in the CLP section and the 6 achieving the greatest percentage of votes in the affiliated organisation section will be timetabled for debate. However, should any subject area be selected in both sections, then the subject area with the next highest ranking vote from the appropriate section will be added to the list, ensuring that the net result will be that 12 priority subjects are selected, 6 by CLPs and 6 by affiliated organisations. I will now announce the results of the CLP section. Ethics and standards in politics. An NHS fit for the future. Energy. Ukraine. Defence. Violence against women and girls. The results for the affiliate section is as follows. Critical infrastructure. Industrial strategy, education and skills. Social care workforce. Challenges facing retail and the high street. New Deal for working people. Technology and AI in the workplace. These are therefore the 12 topics that will be timetabled for debate. The meet point for compositing is upper gallery of the ACC from 4 o'clock. Thank you, Conference.
Okay, thank you. So conference composite meetings will be this evening. Delegates from CLPs and affiliates whose motions have been successful in the priorities ballot will therefore need to attend a composite meeting, the details of which I will read out, but they are also on the screen behind me. If you are not in a composite meeting, you can join one of our phone banks in the arena. I'll just point that now and I'll remind you again in a moment. But the meetings are as follows. At 4 o'clock, NHS Fit for the Future in room 11A. Defence in room 13, Industrial Strategy, Education and Skills in room 14, Ethics and Integrity in Politics in room 10. At 5:15, Technology and I in the Workplace, room 14, Critical Infrastructure in room 13. At 6 o'clock, Violence Against Women and Girls in room 11A, Social Care Workforce, room 11B, Challenges facing a retail and the high street, room 14, Ukraine, room 10. At 8 o'clock, New Deal for Working People, 11B, and Energy in room 13. So that's for those delegates from CLPs and affiliates who have successful motions in the priority ballot. And as I said, if you are not available and you're not going to a fringe meeting or you wish to fill in some extra time, you can join one of our phone banks in the M&S arena, which will be running until 6:30 p.m. That conference is it for today. We are now finishing. Have a good evening. For those who are in compositing, I hope it goes well and you're not there too long. For the rest of you, enjoy your fringe meetings. Have a good evening. Conference now stands adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9:15.